You are constantly begging the universe for your small desires. But I tell you, as long as you are trapped in the wanting mind, you will remain a beggar. Nikola Tesla once said, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." But what Tesla discovered in mathematical energy, the ancient mystics discovered in the silent gap between your thoughts and your breath. The secret is not desperately writing numbers on paper, it is becoming a hollow bamboo, so existence can manifest through you. Drop the restless, desiring mind. Enter the pause between two breaths, and the 369 code will unlock your reality instantly. Hello, my beloved friends, my fellow travelers on this mysterious journey of life. It is so beautiful to sit with you, to share this silent space, to look into your hearts and talk about something that has captivated the human mind for centuries. Man is a strange creature. He is always looking for a secret key, a magic formula, a miracle code that will suddenly open the doors of paradise and grant him everything his heart desires. Recently, everywhere I look, people are talking about the secret 369 code, the magical technique attributed to the great scientist Nikola Tesla. People write down their desires 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and 9 times at night. Millions of seekers sit with their notebooks, scribbling their wishes with a feverish intensity, hoping that tomorrow money will rain from the sky, that love will knock on their door, that health and success will magically appear. And yet, if you look closely at these millions of people, you will see that almost all of them remain as empty, as frustrated, and as miserable as they were before they ever picked up the pen. Why is this happening? Why does a code that is rooted in the very mathematics of the universe seem to fail for so many while working like a miracle for a rare few? Today, I want to take you deep into the heart of this mystery. I want to unveil the esoteric truth behind the numbers 3, 6, and 9, not as a mechanical ritual for a greedy ego, but as an awakening of your supreme consciousness. You see, Nikola Tesla was not an ordinary scientist. He was a visionary, a mystic of energy. He famously said that if you want to find the secrets of the universe, you must think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And he was absolutely right. But what modern manifestors completely forget is the fundamental law of vibration. You do not manifest what you want, you manifest what you are. The universe does not hear the words you write on a piece of paper 3 times or 6 times or 9 times. The universe hears the silent frequency of your innermost being. When a beggar sits with a piece of paper and writes 3 times, I am rich, I am rich, I am rich, what is his actual vibration? Beneath the written words, beneath the surface thought, there is a deep, trembling voice of poverty. His entire body, his entire subconscious mind is screaming, I do not have it, I am poor, I am desperate, I need this to happen because without it, I am nothing. That underlying feeling of lack, that subtle vibration of poverty consciousness is the exact frequency he is broadcasting out into the cosmic ocean. And because the universe only echoes back the frequency you radiate, it returns to him more lack, more waiting, more desperation. The number 369 becomes just another obsessive ritual of a deeply disturbed mind. To understand why this happens, we must look at the nature of your inner mind. In my talks on creativity, I have spoken about a vital distinction that every seeker must grasp if they wish to live a life of joy and fulfillment. It is the distinction between activity and action. These two words sound similar, but in their essence, they are diametrically opposite. Activity comes out of a restless, feverish, diseased mind. Activity is when the situation does not demand anything, but you are so deeply uncomfortable with yourself, so terrified of silence and emptiness, that you must constantly occupy yourself with something. You cannot sit silently in a room doing nothing. You must open a book, turn on the television, scroll through your phone, or compulsively write desires on a piece of paper. This compulsiveness is not creative, it is destructive, it is a fever, it is an escape from yourself. When you practice the 369 method out of fear, out of a desperate need to change your future, it is not an action. It is merely feverish activity. You are using the sacred numbers as a drug to soothe your anxiety, as an obsessive compulsive ritual to avoid facing the void within you. Action, on the other hand, springs from a silent, centered mind. Action is spontaneous, relaxed, and completely rooted in the present moment. When you act out of silence, there is no tension, no anxiety about the outcome, no desperate clinging to the future. You act because the moment demands it, because your energy is overflowing, because you are in complete harmony with the flow of nature. Action is creative. Activity is destructive. When Tesla spoke of 3, 6, and 9, he was pointing to the fundamental rhythm of this cosmic creation. But if your mind is caught in the web of feverish activity, you are completely out of tune with this rhythm. You are like a person trying to play a delicate symphony on a broken instrument. No matter how many times you strike the keys, only discordant noise will come out. If you're listening to me right now and feeling this truth resonate in the depths of your heart, take a moment to drop the burden of your mind. Share your thoughts in the comments below. Share what you are feeling in this very moment. Because when we share our inner journey, we create a sanctuary of conscious seekers. If you feel aligned with this space, subscribe to our channel and join our spiritual family so that we may continue to walk this path of awakening together. And if you wish to support the continuation of these teachings, to help us reach more thirsty souls across the world, consider clicking the join button to become a channel member or offering a super thanks. You can also explore our specially crafted ebooks linked in the description, which gather these timeless insights into practical guides for your daily life. Every act of support is a seed planted in the fertile ground of cosmic awareness. Let us enter deeper into the mathematics of the cosmic trinity. Why 3? Why 6? Why 9? Number 3 represents the foundational trinity of existence. In human terms, it is your body, your mind, and your soul. In the breath, it is the incoming breath, the outgoing breath, and the sacred gap between them. In time, it is the past, the present, and the future. 3 is the first shape, the triangle, the minimal structure required to manifest a form in this physical universe. Without 3, there is no stability, no creation, no manifestation. But notice where 3 points, it points to your alignment. If your body is doing one thing, your mind is thinking another thing, and your soul is completely absent, you are divided. You are 3 separate vectors pulling in different directions. How can a divided human being manifest anything of beauty? To align the number 3 means to bring your body, your mind, and your presence into one unified beam of light. Number 6 represents the world of duality, the world of nature, the world of polarities. It is the harmony of opposites, male and female, light and dark, giving and receiving, incoming energy and outgoing energy. 6 is the balance of action in the world. It is the number of Wei Wu Wei, the ancient Taoist secret of effortless action or action through inaction. When you are centered in your 3, when your body, mind, and spirit are aligned, your movement into the world of 6 becomes harmonious. You no longer fight against life, you flow with the river. You do not force the flower to bloom. You simply nourish the soil and allow nature to work its magic through you. And what is number 9? 9 is the ultimate mystery. 9 is the number of completion, of transcendence, of the ultimate return to the source. In mathematical vortex theory, 9 is the node around which all other numbers revolve, yet it remains unchanged, untouchable, pristine. 9 is the cosmic zero, what Buddha called Shunya, the great emptiness, the no mind. 9 is the dimension of pure being, beyond all becoming. When you reach 9, you have moved beyond the horizontal line of time, beyond the endless chasing of desires, and you have stepped into the vertical dimension of the eternal now. This is the true cosmic code of 369. Align your 3 parts, harmonize with the 6 aspects of nature, and dissolve your ego into the ultimate 9 of universal consciousness. When these 3 dimensions come together within your own being, you become a hollow bamboo. You are no longer a struggling ego trying to manifest a tiny wish for your selfish pride. You become a conduit for the divine will. What manifests through you is no longer just your petty desire. It is the grand design of existence itself. Look at the absurdity of the modern manifestation movement. It tells you to use your ego to get more money, a bigger car, a more attractive partner, a higher position in society. It promises you that if you use this code, you can trick the universe into serving your greed. But the ego is the only barrier between you and the universe. How can you use the very barrier that separates you from existence to command existence? It is like a wave in the ocean saying to the ocean, I will manipulate you to give me more water. The wave is nothing but water. The moment the wave forgets its separation and remembers it is the ocean, all the wealth of the infinite ocean belongs to it naturally. I see millions of people living in deep poverty of the soul because they are trapped in the psychology of becoming. What is becoming? Becoming is the disease of the mind that says, I am not enough right now. I must achieve something in the future to be complete. You are A and you want to become B. You are poor and you want to become rich. You are ordinary and you want to become famous. You are ignorant and you want to become wise. This continuous projection into the future, this endless movement from A to B, is what I call becoming. And becoming is the very essence of human misery. Tension is nothing but the gap between who you are and who you want to be. The greater the distance between your present reality and your future desire, the greater the tension, the anxiety, the anguish. A man who is constantly caught in becoming can never relax. Even if he lies down on a soft bed in a luxurious palace, his mind is running in the future, chasing some phantom goal. He cannot sleep, he cannot rest, he cannot enjoy the simple beauty of a sunset or the fragrance of a flower. He is always somewhere else, never here, never now. And the paradox, the supreme cosmic joke, is that manifestation can only happen in the state of being, never in the state of becoming. Read the scriptures of all the mystics. Look at the lives of those who have known the ultimate truth. They all declare one thing: you are already that which you are seeking. You do not need to become a Buddha. You are a Buddha who has simply forgotten his true nature. You do not need to beg the universe for abundance. You are the child of this infinite, overflowing cosmos. Look at nature. Is nature poor? Look at the trees. Look at the stars. Look at the oceans. Existence is an overflowing celebration. It creates millions of flowers where one would have been enough. It creates billions of galaxy systems in the vast canopy of space. Existence does not know scarcity. It only knows abundance, luxury, and celebration. Why then are you living like a beggar? Because you are identified with a tiny, manufactured entity called the ego. What is the ego? When a child is born into this world, he comes as pure consciousness. He has no name, no religion, no nationality, no identity. He does not know where his body ends and the mother ends. He is an undivided unity with existence. He breathes through his navel, his hara, the primary center of life energy. Observe a newborn baby sleeping. He does not breathe through his chest. His belly rises and falls like a gentle wave. He is centered in the hara, the source of all vital energy. He is completely in the state of being. He desires nothing, he seeks nothing, he simply is. And because he simply is, he radiates an irresistible innocence, a divine beauty that draws everyone toward him. But as the child grows, the society steps in. The parents, the teachers, the priests, the politicians, they cannot allow this innocent child to remain centered in his true being. A centered human being cannot be exploited. A centered human being cannot be forced into a mold, cannot be turned into an obedient soldier, a blind believer, or a docile worker in the economic machine. A centered human being is rebellious, free, creative, and authentic. He lives by his own inner light. So the society immediately begins the process of conditioning. They give him a name, a religion, a caste, a nationality. They teach him what is good and what is bad according to their arbitrary standards. They force his attention away from his navel, away from his center of being, up into the head. They train his intellect, his memory, his logic. They teach him to compare himself with others, to compete, to be ambitious, to strive for success and recognition. By the time the child reaches adolescence, his natural connection to the center is completely broken. He no longer lives from his navel. He lives entirely in his head. A pseudo-self, a false center, has been constructed. This false center is what we call the ego. The ego is like a plastic rose. It looks like a rose from a distance, but it has no fragrance, no life, no juice, no capacity to grow. It is a dead structure built out of the opinions of others. Look at your own ego. What is it made of? It is made of what your parents said about you, what your teachers said about you, what your neighbors think of you, what your society rewards you for. It is a patchwork of external judgments. It has no reality of its own. And because this ego is false, it lives in a state of perpetual fear. It knows deep down that it is a fiction, an illusion, a house of cards that can be blown away by the slightest breeze of reality. To keep this false ego alive, you must constantly nourish it with external validation. You need people to tell you that you are intelligent, that you are beautiful, that you are successful, that you are important. You need gold medals, university degrees, high positions, expensive cars, and grand houses, not because your body needs them, but because your ego needs them as props to stay upright. This is why people are so obsessed with manifestation rituals like the 369 code. They do not want to manifest out of a sense of creative play or cosmic celebration. They want to manifest to feed their starving, terrified egos. They think, if I can get $1 million, my ego will feel secure. If I can get that luxury car, people will respect me. If I can get that position, I will finally feel like I am somebody. I tell you, even if you acquire the whole world, your ego will remain unsatisfied. Look at the richest men on this earth. Look at the most powerful politicians, the most famous celebrities. Are they happy? Are they at peace? No. They are more miserable, more paranoid, more sleepless than the poorest beggar in the street. Because the more you feed the ego, the larger its appetite becomes. It is a bottomless pit. You pour the whole world into it, and it still remains empty, asking for more. To understand the 369 code in its true sacred sense, you must first dehypnotize yourself from this egoistic obsession with outcome. You must learn the supreme art of non-attachment, which I call the art of Wei Wu Wei effortless action, or action through non-action. This sounds like a paradox, doesn't it? Action through non-action. How can you act without acting? How can you achieve without striving? Look at the river flowing toward the ocean. Is the river striving? Is the river reading self-help books on how to reach the ocean? Is the river writing down 369 every morning, saying, I will reach the sea, I will reach the sea? No, the river simply flows. It does not fight the mountains. When a mountain comes in its path, it simply bypasses it, finding the path of least resistance. It does not hurry, it does not worry. It enjoys the trees along its banks. It reflects the sun and the stars. It nourishes the fields it passes through. And without any feverish effort, without any anxiety, it effortlessly reaches the ocean and merges into its infinite vastness. Nature works through Wei Wu Wei. The trees do not struggle to grow, they simply grow. The flowers do not make a disciplined effort to bloom, they simply open their petals to the morning sun. The stars do not strain to shine, they simply radiate light. Only man has become so foolish that he thinks nothing can happen without tension, fight, and struggle. This struggle is the creation of your intellect. Intellect is a wonderful tool for measuring material things, for mathematics, for technology, for building bridges and driving cars. But intellect is completely blind when it comes to the deeper dimensions of life. Intellect knows only logic, and life is vast, paradoxical, and illogical. Intellect knows only division, cutting things into small pieces to analyze them. But life is an undivided, organic unity. When you try to manifest something using your intellect and your ego, you are trying to force the universe to conform to your small, narrow logic. You are trying to drag the infinite cosmos through the eye of your small needle of desire. That is why there is friction, resistance, and suffering. If you want the secret of 369 to work in your life, you must shift your center of gravity from the intellect to the heart, and ultimately from the heart to your innermost being, the Hara. Let us understand what happens when you shift your awareness to the center. When you are centered in your being, you stop asking life for proofs, rewards, or guarantees. You no longer live for the future. This very moment becomes your paradise. You eat your food with total presence, tasting every bite as a gift from the divine. You walk on the earth, feeling the touch of the soil under your feet. You look at the sky, at the clouds floating by, and your heart fills with a deep, silent gratitude. You do not need to become a millionaire to feel rich. You realize that to be alive, to breathe, to be conscious in this magnificent universe is the greatest wealth possible. And here is the ultimate secret, the grand cosmic law. When you no longer need anything from the world to make you happy, when you are already overflowing with joy, peace, and fulfillment in this very moment, the entire universe rushes to serve you. The universe is a mirror. As long as you are a beggar, begging for happiness, begging for love, begging for wealth, the universe reflects your begging and keeps you a beggar. The moment you become an emperor, celebrating your existence, overflowing with gratitude, needing nothing, the universe reflects your majesty. Whatever you need appears spontaneously, effortlessly, at the right time, in the right place. Not because you forced it with a feverish mental ritual, but because you became a harmonious part of the cosmic rhythm. This is the true secret of 369. 3 is the total alignment of your body, mind, and consciousness in the present moment. 6 is the effortless, non-resistant action in harmony with the laws of nature. 9 is the complete dissolution of your ego into the ultimate void, the cosmic wholeness. When you live in this awareness, your entire life becomes a divine creation. You do not need to sit with a pen and paper, writing desires 369 times a day like a desperate prisoner counting the days to his release. Your very breath becomes a 369 code. Every incoming breath touches your center. Every outgoing breath dissolves your boundaries. And the gap between the two breaths connects you directly to the infinite source of all energy. My beloved friends, life is not a problem to be solved. It is a mystery to be lived, to be experienced, to be celebrated. Drop your feverish activity, drop your desperate wanting, step out of the psychological prison of the past and the future. Be here, fully present, fully awake, fully relaxed in this eternal now. Let your life be a sweet song, a gentle dance, an effortless flowering. Become a hollow bamboo and let the divine play its eternal melody through you. This is the only manifestation that truly matters. Because when you manifest your true divine self, you have manifested the entire universe within your own heart. I leave you here today in this silent space of no mind, resting in your true home. May you all awaken to the infinite richness that is already yours. Thank you, my beloveds. I bow to the divine presence within each and every one of you. When you look into the mathematical fabric of this universe, as Nikola Tesla did with his luminous, unclouded vision, you begin to see that existence is not a chaotic accident. It is an exquisitely orchestrated symphony of mathematical frequencies. Tesla spent countless hours contemplating the mystery of numbers, and he discovered something that modern physics is only now beginning to comprehend. If you study the physical world, if you look at the doubling sequence of biology and energy, where 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8, 8 becomes 16, which reduces to 7, 16 doubles to 32, which reduces to 5, and 32 doubles to 64, which reduces to 1, you will find a continuous closed physical loop. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. This is the material realm, the world of form, the world of physical doubling. But in this entire physical sequence, 3 numbers are mysteriously absent. The numbers 3, 6, and 9 never enter the doubling sequence of physical matter. They stand outside of it, governing it, orchestrating it from an invisible higher dimension. Tesla realized that 3, 6, and 9 form a sacred vortex, a cosmic trinity that controls the flow of all energy, all matter, and all consciousness. But what Tesla saw through the eyes of a scientific genius, the ancient enlightened mystics knew through the direct, immediate experience of their own inner space. Tantra, Taoism, and the ancient Vedic sciences have known for thousands of years that existence operates on this threefold cosmic code. To truly understand how to manifest your reality, you must decode what 3, 6, and 9 actually signify in the living laboratory of your own soul. Let us start with the number 3. 3 is the fundamental foundation of all manifestation in the physical plane. Nothing in this universe can take form without the Trinity. Look at your own existence. You have a physical body, you have a mental structure, and deep within, hidden beneath the layers of body and mind, you have a pure immortal soul. Body, mind, and spirit. This is your inner trinity. Look at time, past, present, and future. Look at creation, the creator, the creation, and the process of creating. Look at your breath, the incoming breath, the outgoing breath, and the miraculous pause that exists between them. In the ancient treatise Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva gives 112 methods for turning the mind inward and achieving ultimate transcendence. And do you know what the very first techniques are concerned with? They are concerned with the trinity of breath. Shiva tells Devi, Radiant One, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in, down, and just before turning up, out the beneficence. Shiva is pointing directly to the trinity of life. One breath comes in, that is the first state, the incoming energy, the life-giving force. Then the breath turns, that is the second state, the outgoing energy, the death-like surrender. But right between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, for 1,000th part of a second, the breath stops completely. It is neither moving in nor moving out. In that silent gap, in that neutral territory, you are neither in the body nor in the mind. You are in the neutral gear of existence. When you understand the number 3 in your daily life, you realize that your physical reality cannot be transformed if your trinity is divided. Most human beings are living in a state of deep inner neurosis because their 3 centers are in constant conflict with one another. Your body wants to rest, but your mind says you must work to earn more money. Your heart yearns to love, to sing, to dance, but your head says love is risky, love is impractical, logic is safer. Your soul wants to be free, to meditate, to be silent, but your ego wants power, prestige, and worldly recognition. You are 3 horses pulling a single chariot in 3 completely different directions. How can such a chariot move forward? It will only be torn apart. It will remain paralyzed in anguish and tension. Alignment of the number 3 means bringing your body, your mind, and your heart into absolute harmony. When you say something, your body must feel it, your mind must understand it, and your heart must throb with it. When your 3 centers become a single vector, a single laser beam of pure consciousness, your presence becomes immensely powerful. You no longer need to struggle or shout to be heard by the universe. A single, silent thought from an aligned human being carries more creative weight than a lifetime of feverish, frantic effort from a divided mind. Now, let us step into the mystery of the number 6. 6 is the expansion of 3 into the world of duality, the world of nature, the world of polarities. 3 doubled is 6. In the material plane, existence cannot function without polarities. You have day and night, life and death, man and woman, light and shadow, summer and winter, inhalation and exhalation. Duality is the very playground of nature. Without duality, there is no movement, no drama, no creation. If there were only light and no shade, you would not be able to see anything. If there were only sound and no silence, music would be impossible. The number 6 represents the art of living in harmony with nature, what the ancient Taoist master Lao Tzu called Wei Wu Wei action through inaction or effortless action. Most people make the fatal mistake of fighting the world of 6. They fight against the natural polarities of life. When sadness comes, they fight sadness and demand only joy. When darkness comes, they panic and demand only light. When failure comes, they become paralyzed with guilt and demand only victory. But Tantra and Taoism teach us that polarities are not enemies fighting each other. They are lovers dancing together. Sadness is simply the rest period before joy blossoms again. Night is simply the womb that prepares the earth for the birth of a new morning. When you understand the frequency of 6, you stop fighting the natural rhythms of your life. You learn to relax in action. When it is time to act, you act with your total being, with all your energy, like a dancer dissolving into the dance. But when the action is finished, you drop it completely. You return to silence. You do not carry the action in your mind as an obsession. In my book on creativity, I have spoken about how true action differs from feverish activity. Activity is an illness, an obsession born of an anxious, terrified mind that cannot bear to sit quietly in its own presence. Activity is when the situation does not demand anything, but you must constantly do something, anything, just to escape from yourself. You chew gum, you smoke cigarettes, you talk endlessly, you check your phone, you scroll through social media, or you sit with a piece of paper, endlessly scribbling manifestation affirmations. This is not action. It is a manic, feverish drug. It dissipates your life energy. It drains your vital prana. By the time a genuine situation arises that requires your creative power, you are completely exhausted, dry, and frozen. Action, true action, is unmotivated, spontaneous, and total. It comes out of a quiet, relaxed mind. It is a response to the present moment, not a reaction driven by past conditioning or future fear. When you act out of deep relaxation, your energy is conserved. It accumulates within you like a deep, serene lake. And when you move, your entire cosmos moves with you. This is the mastery of the number 6. Being deeply immersed in the world of duality, performing your duties, creating your art, building your life, yet remaining completely aloof inside, untouched by the polarities of success and failure, gain and loss, praise and blame. If you are beginning to feel the profound peace that comes from understanding these cosmic principles, I invite you to take a gentle pause, leave a comment below, and share your reflections. Tell me how your body and mind are feeling right now as you listen to these words. When you express your inner journey, you help build a conscious, loving community of seekers. If you feel drawn to walk further along this path of transformation with me, make sure to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications. And for those beautiful souls who feel called to support our work, to help us keep these timeless discourses flowing freely to millions across the globe, you can click the join button to become a channel member, or use the super thanks feature to offer a direct contribution. You can also explore our curated digital ebooks in the description below, which offers step-by-step guidance on meditation, tantra, and inner freedom. Your support allows this light to reach every corner of the world. Now we come to the ultimate supreme peak, the number 9. If 3 is the foundation of form, and 6 is the harmony of duality, 9 is the number of absolute transcendence, the return to the source, the opening of the third eye, the state of no mind. In vortex mathematics, if you double numbers continually, 9 never changes. 9 plus 9 is 18, which reduces to 9. 18 plus 18 is 36, which reduces to 9. 36 plus 36 is 72, which reduces to 9. 9 remains immutably itself, untouched, eternal, self-contained. It is the mathematical symbol of pure, unconditioned consciousness, what Buddha called Shunya, the ultimate void, the divine emptiness. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Devi asks Shiva, "O Shiva, who centers the universal wheel? What is this life beyond form, pervading forms? How may we enter it fully above space and time, names and descriptions. She is asking about the number 9. She is asking about the unmoving center around which the entire wheel of creation turns. Look at a bicycle wheel as it moves along the road. The outer rim of the wheel is turning fast. The spokes are moving continuously. But at the very center of the wheel there is a hub, an axis that remains completely still. Because that center remains unmoving, the entire wheel is able to rotate. If the center itself begins to wobble and move, the wheel will collapse immediately. You are that cosmic wheel. Your body is changing every second, cells are dying, new cells are being born. You grow from a child to a youth, from a youth to an old person. Your mind is changing. Every minute thoughts come and go like clouds in the summer sky. Emotions rise like tempestuous waves and subside again. Your personality, your moods, your circumstances, your relationships, everything on the periphery of your life is in a state of constant chaotic flux. But deep within you, at the very core of your being, in the hara, at the third eye, in the silent space of your witness, there is an unmoving center. That center has never changed. It was the same when you were in your mother's womb. It was the same when you took your first step as a child. It was the same when you experienced your first love. It will be the same when your physical body drops into the earth at the moment of death. That unmoving witness inside you is the number 9. It is the divine presence, the Bhairava, the consciousness that transcends all duality, all time, all space, all name, and all form. When Nikola Tesla said that 3, 6, and 9 are the key to the universe, he was pointing to this ultimate realization. Unless you tap into the frequency of the unmoving center, the 9, all your efforts on the periphery in the world of 3 and 6 will remain superficial, fragile, and temporary. How do you enter this dimension of 9? How do you step out of the feverish circle of physical doubling and enter the sacred vortex of pure being? Tantra offers us a magnificent key, a technique so subtle and yet so powerful that it can instantly transform your entire perspective on reality. It is the technique of centering your attention at the third eye, the space between the two eyebrows, known in the East as the Shivanetra, the eye of Shiva. Modern medical science acknowledges that between the two eyebrows, deep within the brain, lies the mysterious pineal gland. Physiologists know very little about its function, but ancient mystics knew that this gland is the magnetic doorway to higher consciousness. When you close your eyes and bring your soft, effortless attention to the space between your eyebrows, a miraculous phenomenon begins to happen. Normally, your two physical eyes look outward into the world of objects, the world of duality, the world of form. But when your attention is focused at the third eye, both your eyes become fixed, magnetized by the inner center. For the first time in your life, you step out of the stream of your thoughts and you become the witness. Ordinarily, you are not the witness of your mind, you are identified with it. When anger arises in your mind, you do not say, "Anger is passing through my mental space." You immediately become anger. You say, "I am angry." When sexual desire arises, you become sex. When fear arises, you become fear. You have no distance, no gap between yourself and the mental state. You take the form of every thought that floats through your head. You are like a movie screen that believes it has actually caught fire, because a picture of a burning building is being projected upon it. The screen never burns. The light and shadows come and go. The drama unfolds. People love and murder each other on the screen. But when the projector is turned off, the white screen remains completely pure, untouched, unburned, unsoiled. Your inner being, the number 9, is that white screen. And your thoughts, your emotions, your desires, your fears are merely the projected film. When you center your attention at the third eye, suddenly you are seated in the audience, watching the screen from a distance. You see thoughts running before you like clouds in the sky or traffic on a busy street. Anger comes and you watch it as an object. You see a cloud of anger surrounding your body and mind, but you know with absolute certainty, I am the watcher, not the anger. Fear comes and you observe it silently. Fear is moving through the body, but I am the eternal witness, untouched by fear. The moment you become the witness, the energy supply to the thought is cut off. Thoughts cannot survive without your identification. They feed on your attention, on your belief that they are real. The moment you withdraw your identification and remain a silent witness, thoughts begin to wither away like flowers cut off from their roots. The mind becomes quiet, the chatter stops, the film fades away, and for the first time you encounter the pristine, luminous vastness of your own inner space. This is the state of no mind. This is the realization of the number 9. In this state of no mind, Imagination and reality cease to be two different things. Understand this deeply, because this is where the genuine mechanism of manifestation lies. When an ordinary person, identified with his ego and intellect, tries to imagine something, his imagination is completely impotent. He imagines he is rich, but his subconscious mind knows it is a lie. His mind is divided, turbulent, filled with 1,000 conflicting thoughts. His energy is scattered in 1,000,000 different directions. His imagination is just a feeble, flickering candle in a roaring hurricane. But when a person is centered at the third eye, when he has entered the state of no mind, his consciousness becomes completely concentrated, pure and unified. In that state of deep witnessing and silence, whatever he imagines becomes an immediate reality. There is no gap between dream and reality for one who is centered in the third eye. This is why the ancient master Shankara declared that this entire universe is Maya, a cosmic dream, a projection of the divine consciousness. It is not a theoretical philosophy. It is the direct existential experience of anyone who reaches the center. Because God is eternally centered at the third eye, whatever the divine dreams becomes actual physical reality. And when a human being drops his petty ego and centers himself in that same cosmic doorway, his imagination gains divine potency. This is why ancient traditions always demanded absolute inner purity before initiating a seeker into these higher esoteric techniques. Purity in Tantra does not mean moralistic righteousness. It does not mean following a list of social commandments or suppressing your natural human instincts. Moralists are the most impure people on earth because they are constantly fighting with themselves, dividing themselves into good and evil, suppressing their desires, and living in deep inner hypocrisy. For Tantra, purity means undivided innocence, wholeness, suchness, what the Zen masters call tathata. Purity means being like a newborn child, completely free of judgment, free of division, free of condemnation. A child gets angry, but his anger is pure, spontaneous, and momentary. It leaves no psychological trace behind. A child is naked and feels no guilt, no shame, because he has not yet eaten from the tree of knowledge. He has not yet divided the world into good and bad. When you regain this childlike innocence through meditation, your mind becomes completely transparent. You no longer harbor dark, destructive motives, greed, or malice toward anyone. You accept yourself totally as you are, your body, your emotions, your light, and your shadows. You no longer live in conflict with nature. And because there is no inner conflict, no resistance, your energy accumulates to a tremendous peak. Imagine a magnifying glass held under the bright morning sun. If the magnifying glass is constantly moving and shaking, the sun's rays pass through it scattered and weak. It cannot ignite anything. But if you hold the magnifying glass completely still, focusing all the scattered rays of the sun onto a single precise point on a piece of paper, within seconds, that point gets hot. Smoke begins to rise, and a brilliant flame erupts. Your mind is currently like that shaking, magnifying glass. Your energy is scattered across thousands of anxieties, past regrets, future worries, and petty desires. You write 369 on a paper, but your mind is running in 100 different directions. How can any fire of manifestation be created? When you practice breath awareness, when you observe the turning point between the incoming and outgoing breath, when you center your attention at the third eye, your magnifying glass becomes completely still. All the scattered rays of your consciousness are brought into a single razor-sharp focus. In that state of supreme focus and childlike innocence, a simple intention, a silent visualization carries cosmic weight. It penetrates the subtle fabric of existence and manifests in the physical world with effortless, breathtaking grace. Look at the difference between the mechanical manifester and the awakened mystic. The mechanical manifester sits with a needy, greedy heart, trying to trick the universe into giving him a bigger toy to satisfy his ego. He is full of tension, full of fear that it might not work, constantly checking his watch, checking his bank account, living in perpetual impatience and doubt. The awakened mystic sits in absolute silence, centered in the number 9, knowing that he is already one with the infinite source of all creation. He needs nothing from the world to make him complete, because his inner cup is already overflowing with bliss, love, and light. Out of that sheer overflow of joy, he plays with creation. He paints a picture, he writes a poem, he builds a business, he heals a body, he transforms a life, not to become somebody, but because he is so full of life energy that he cannot contain it within himself. His creation is an offering, a prayer, a dance, a celebration. And because he has no attachment to the outcome, because he is not desperate, because he is completely relaxed in the present moment, The universe pours all its treasures into his lap. He becomes a master of the 369 code without ever having to count numbers. Because his three centers are aligned, his six actions are in harmony with nature, and his nine is rooted in the eternal void of God. This is the transformation I wish for every single one of you. Stop living as a beggar, chasing shadows on the wall. Step out of the narrow, cramped room of your egoistic mind and come out under the vast, open, starlit sky of pure consciousness. Discover the unmoving center within your own breath, within your own third eye, within your own silent witness. Realize that you are not a tiny, isolated wave fighting against the ocean. You are the infinite ocean itself, playfully waving for a brief moment in time. When this realization settles deep into your bones, all wanting vanishes, all begging stops, all tension dissolves. You stand revealed in your majestic, eternal, divine nature. You become the ultimate creator, living a life of boundless joy, freedom, and cosmic abundance. And when this supreme realization begins to settle in your consciousness, you realize that the code of 3, 6, and 9 was never meant to be trapped on a piece of paper, scribbled compulsively by a restless hand. The true code is alive, pulsating within your very organism at this exact moment. It is written in the sacred script of your breath. Look at the miraculous nature of your breathing. From the very moment of your birth, when you entered this world as a crying babe, to the final moment of your death, when your physical vessel drops away, everything in your life changes. Your body changes, the small child becomes a youth, the youth becomes an old man. Health gives way to disease, beauty gives way to wrinkles. Your mind changes, opinions change, beliefs crumble, desires mutate, emotions rise and fall like erratic tides. Your environment, your wealth, your relationships, your status, nothing remains the same. Between birth and death, there is only one constant factor in your entire existence, and that is your breath. Whether you are happy or miserable, whether you are young or old, whether you are asleep or awake, whether you are a king or a beggar, one thing goes on continuously, uninterruptedly. You must breathe. The moment breath ceases, you are no longer in this time and space. You vanish into the unknown dimension. Have you ever pondered why the cosmic intelligence did not leave breathing to your conscious mind? If breathing were your responsibility, if you had to remember to breathe, you would have died long ago. You would be talking with a friend, or reading a book, or watching a movie, and you would forget to breathe for just 2 minutes and everything would be finished, or you would fall fast asleep in the night, and because you were asleep, you would forget to breathe, and by morning you would be a corpse. So, existence, in its infinite wisdom, did not entrust breathing to your fragile, unreliable intellect. Breathing goes on in spite of you. You are in a deep coma, and breathing goes on. You are fast asleep, dreaming wild dreams, and breathing goes on. You are unconscious, and breathing goes on. Breath is the bridge. It is the golden bridge connecting you to your physical body and simultaneously connecting your body to the infinite universe. Look at the structure of this bridge. Your physical body is merely the earth that has come near to you. The universe condensed into a local vessel. Every particle of your flesh, every drop of your blood, every bone in your frame belongs to this planet, to the stars, to the cosmic ocean. Breath is the continuous thread woven between the finite body and the infinite cosmos. If the bridge breaks, you are no longer in the body. If the bridge breaks, you are no longer in time and space. Breath, therefore, becomes the most profound, the most immediate, the most magical phenomenon in existence. And this is why Shiva, in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, opens his supreme science of transformation with techniques that are entirely based on the breath. Shiva reveals to Devi the absolute secrets of the breath, which are the true physical and spiritual manifestation of Nikola Tesla's 369 code. Look at the first sutra given by Shiva. He says, Radiant One, this experience may dawn between two breaths. After breath comes in, down, and just before turning up, out the beneficence. Here lies the first key of the cosmic trinity. When you take a breath in, watch it carefully. The breath moves down through your nostrils, down your throat, into your lungs, down to your navel. Then, before it turns to go out, there is a point, a single exquisite moment, a fraction of a second, where the breath stops completely. It is no longer coming in, and it has not yet started moving out. In that microscopic gap, you are not breathing, and when you are not breathing, Tantra says you are temporarily dead to the material world. You are still alive, more alive than ever, but your connection to the horizontal dimension of time stops. Incoming breath is life, incoming breath is rebirth, outgoing breath is death, outgoing breath is surrender. With every single inhalation, you are being reborn. With every single exhalation, you are dying. And in the gap between the two, in that still pause between rebirth and death, lies the beneficence. The divine reality is unveiled in that gap. Why do people miss this gap? Why do millions breathe 70 times a minute for 80 years and never once experience the beneficence? Because their attention is focused on the movement, on the noise, on the physical touch of the air against the nostrils. They are aware of the air going in, they are aware of the air going out, but they are completely blind to the silent gap between the two. To experience this gap, you do not need to alter your breath. Do not practice pranayama here. Do not force the breath to be long or short, slow or fast. Leave the breath completely natural, exactly as it is. All that is required is a minute, delicate, sharp awareness. When the breath goes in, ride on the breath. Do not go ahead of it like a hurried traveler, and do not lag behind it like a lazy spectator. Move simultaneously with the breath. Consciousness and breath must become one single stream. As the breath goes down, down, down toward the navel, you go down with it. And when the breath arrives at its lowest point and stops before turning, your consciousness remains right there, awake, silent, watching that still pause. In that brief pause, the whole world vanishes. Time ceases to exist. Your mind cannot manufacture a single thought, because thought requires the movement of breath to sustain itself. In that non-moving pause, you touch the timeless essence of your being. Gautama Buddha used this exact method to reach his ultimate enlightenment on the full moon night under the Bodhi tree. In the Buddhist tradition, it is known as Anapanasati Yoga, the mindfulness of the incoming and outgoing breath. Buddha simplified Shiva's technique for the ordinary masses. He told his monks, simply be aware of the breath coming in and going out. Do not even worry about the gap, because if you try to catch the gap with an anxious mind, your desire for the gap will become a barrier. You will run ahead of the breath looking for the gap, and in your hurrying, you will miss the breath altogether. Buddha said, just be aware, simply aware. As your awareness becomes deeper, keener, and more tranquil, the gap will reveal itself to you spontaneously. Suddenly, one day, as you are watching the breath stops, and you find yourself suspended in pure, unconditioned light. Now look at Shiva's second sutra on the breath. He says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down through both these turns, realize. Here Shiva shifts the emphasis from the gap to the turn itself. Understand the geometry of your breath. We ordinarily think that breath moves in two parallel straight lines, one line coming in and one line going out. But parallel lines never meet. Breath does not move in parallel lines. Breath moves in a continuous cosmic circle. Inhalation is the lower half of the circle. Exhalation is the upper half of the circle. And where the lower half meets the upper half, there is a curve, a turning point. Why is the turning point so vital? If you know how to drive a motor car, you know that when you wish to shift from the first gear to the second gear, or from the second gear to the third gear, the gear lever must pass through a neutral point. In that neutral gear, the engine is not engaged with any specific gear. The car is running, the power is on, the engine is vibrating, but it is in neutral territory. Your human body-mind mechanism is a massive, highly sophisticated machine. You have physical gears, emotional gears, and mental gears. When you are awake, you are in one gear. When you drop into sleep, the lever shifts through a neutral space into another gear. When you are quiet and peaceful, you are in one gear. When someone insults you and you flare up in rage, your whole mechanism abruptly changes gears. Your heart beats faster, your blood pressure rises, toxic chemicals are poured into your bloodstream, and your breathing becomes chaotic, jagged, and suffocated. You become a completely different machine in anger because your gear has shifted. When your breath turns from incoming to outgoing or from outgoing to incoming, it passes through the neutral gear of your existence. In that neutral point of the turn, you are neither in the physical body gear nor in the mental mind gear. You are simply pure, unembodied, non-mechanized existence. In that turning point, you are no longer part of the cosmic machine. You are standing outside the mechanism, looking at it. This is why Shiva says, through both these turns, realize. If you can catch the exact moment when the breath curves, when it changes direction, you will instantly realize your true identity beyond the body and beyond the mind. If you are following this exploration, if you are beginning to sense the vast, quiet space that resides between your own breaths, I invite you to share this experience in the comments. Write down what happens in your body when you simply sit silently and observe the turning of your breath. Your honest, felt experiences inspire so many seekers who are reading alongside you. And if these discourses are shedding light on your inner journey, please remember to like this video, subscribe to our channel, and share this sacred knowledge with those you love. If you feel a deep gratitude for these teachings and wish to help us preserve and spread this wisdom, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button or sending a super thanks contribution. Your generosity allows us to continue making these profound spiritual treasures accessible to every searching soul on earth. You can also find our dedicated ebooks in the description below, offering deep meditations on breath, tantra, and self-realization. Now let us move to Shiva's third sutra of breath mechanics. Shiva says, or whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. Look at the extraordinary language Shiva uses. The energy-less, energy-filled center. Why does he use such seemingly contradictory terms? It is energy-less because it does not depend on your physical fuel energy. Your physical body gets its energy from food, water, air, and sleep. It is petrol energy. If you stop eating, your body's accumulated fuel will burn out in a few weeks or months, and the physical engine will stop. The center is energyless in the sense that no physical food, no material fuel can reach it or power it. Yet Shiva calls it energy-filled because it is directly plugged into the infinite, inexhaustible cosmic ocean of prana. It is the atomic core of your consciousness. Where is this center located? It is located at your navel, the hara. When an incoming breath enters your body, where does it go? It goes down to the navel. It touches the navel and then it moves out. When the outgoing breath leaves your body, where does it start? It starts from the navel. The navel is the cosmic docking station where the breath meets your being. Watch a little child sleeping on his back. Watch his belly rise and fall with every breath. His chest is completely still. His abdomen is dynamically moving. The child breathes from his center, from the hara. That is why children are so bursting with vitality, so vibrant, so radiant, so untired. A child can run around, jump, scream and play the entire day, and by evening he is still full of energy. He lives at his center. He has no past, no future. He lives completely in the present moment. When a child gets angry, his anger is total. He becomes the anger. His face turns red, his small fists clench, his entire body vibrates with the storm. And because his anger is total, it is beautiful. Totality always has an undeniable beauty, even in rage. And within 5 minutes, the storm passes completely. The child is smiling, playing with his toys, offering a flower to the very mother he was screaming at a moment ago. He carries no psychological residue, no grudge, no past memory. He was total in his anger, and now he is total in his play. As we grow up, civilization, conditioning, fear, and moralistic training force our breathing to become shallow. We stop breathing from the belly. We start breathing only from the upper chest. Why do we do this? Because deep breathing down to the navel massages the lower energy centers, including the sex center. It activates the vital biological energies of the body. Our diseased, sex repressed, guilt ridden culture has taught us to be terrified of the lower body. We condemn the lower body as dirty, animalistic, unholy, and lower. We tell children, stop, don't touch yourself down there. And the moment a child is reprimanded, his breath instantly contracts, pulling back into the chest. To remain civilized according to our Sikh society, you must live at the bare minimum of your energy. If you breathe deeply down to your hara, your full life force will wake up. You will become overflowing with love, overflowing with passion, overflowing with joy, overflowing with rebellion. You will no longer be a manageable slave in the social machine. You will no longer be easily controlled by priests, politicians, and bosses. So society forces you to live at a shallow, castrated level of breathing. You take in just enough oxygen to survive, but not enough prana to truly live. This shallow chest breathing keeps you perpetually off center. You feel fragmented, divided, anxious, and hollow. You go to hill stations, you go to the mountains or the ocean for a holiday, and the moment you step out of the city street and look at the vast open sky, you suddenly take a deep, long breath. You say, ah, you feel a sudden wave of peace and bliss wash over you. You think that bliss came from the mountain or the ocean. It did not come from the mountain. It came because for a brief second, the vastness of the mountain allowed you to drop your mental control and breathe deep down to your navel. Your breath touched your center, and the center released its cosmic bliss. Shiva says, whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. When the incoming breath penetrates deep down to the navel and reaches that exact point where it fuses with the outgoing breath, where you cannot say whether the breath is coming in or going out, where the two streams merge into a single static pool, at that exact instant of fusion, sink your awareness into the navel, touch the hara. The moment your attention touches that energy-filled center, an explosion of light and consciousness occurs within you. Now let us look at Shiva's fourth sutra on breath. Shiva says, or when breath is all out and stopped of itself, or all in and stopped in such universal pause, one's small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. Why does Shiva say that this is difficult only for the impure? Because an impure mind is a mind driven by continuous, feverish desire, ambition, and motivation. A mind that is constantly running into the future cannot allow the breath to stop naturally. It is in a hurry. It wants to take the next breath immediately so it can continue its frantic journey toward its goals. When you are sitting silently with no motivation, no desire to go anywhere, no future to achieve, no past to regret, when you are innocently pure, like a pool of still water, the breath naturally calms down. It becomes so gentle, so subtle, that moments arise where the breath stops completely of its own accord. When the breath goes all the way out and stops by itself, or goes all the way in and stops by itself, you enter what Shiva calls the universal pause. In that universal pause, your small self, the ego, the name, the bank balance, the social status, the personal history, completely vanishes. Think of what happens in a sudden, life-threatening emergency. You are driving your car at high speed down a mountain road, and suddenly, as you round a sharp curve, you see a massive truck heading straight toward you. There is no time to think, no time to calculate, no time to consult your intellect. In that fraction of a second, what happens to your breathing? It stops instantly. If the breath was out, it stays out. If it was in, it stays in. In that sudden emergency, in that stoppage of breath, where is your name? Where is your bank account? Where is your religion? Where are your daily worries? All of them evaporate into thin air. The small self completely disappears, and you are left as a sheer, laser-focused flame of pure presence. This is the secret behind the seemingly bizarre, radical methods used by Zen masters in ancient Japan. A disciple would come to a Zen master and ask philosophical questions about enlightenment. The master would listen quietly, and then suddenly, without any warning, he would pick up his heavy wooden staff and strike the disciple on the head, or throw him right out of the window into the courtyard. To an outsider, this looks like utter madness or cruelty. Why would a holy master beat an innocent seeker? Because the master saw that the disciple's mind was caught in a web of logical, philosophical chatter. The disciple was asking intellectual questions, expecting intellectual answers. By suddenly throwing him out of the window, the master shattered the disciple's mental continuity. Falling through the air, the disciple could not think. His mind stopped completely. His breathing stopped in a sudden universal pause. And in that shock, in that sudden pause, the disciple's small self vanished, and he touched his eternal being. Many disciples attained enlightenment in the very moment they hit the ground, because the Master created the universal pause. For a pure, innocent mind, you do not need a Zen master to throw you out of a window. You can sit silently in your room, close your eyes, and simply watch the breath. As your mind becomes quiet, the breath slows down. The incoming breath becomes long, soft, and deep. The outgoing breath becomes gentle and relaxed. And suddenly, between the exhalation and the inhalation, the breath stops of itself. In that universal pause, do not be afraid. Do not panic and force a breath in. Remain completely still, watching the pause. Feel the vast silence that enfolds you. In that pause, you are no longer an isolated individual. You are no longer a separate drop. You have merged back into the vast cosmic ocean. This universal pause is the ultimate physical reality of the number 9. Now see how the entire 369 Trinity unites in the living experience of your breath. The number 3 is the 3-part cycle of breath. The incoming breath, the outgoing breath, and the interval between them. The number 6 is the continuous curve, the turning of the breath through the dual polarities of life and death, inhalation and exhalation, down and up. The number 9 is the universal pause, the non-moving hara center where breath, mind, and ego dissolve into pure transcendental space. When you understand this, you no longer need to chase after manifestation tricks. You realize that the entire universe is pulsating within your own chest. You do not need to manipulate reality from the outside. You simply align your breath, enter the gap, touch the center, and step into the universal pause. When you operate from the universal pause, your presence carries divine authority. Whatever is needed for your growth, whatever is required for your fulfillment, flows to you as naturally as water flows downhill. You become a living embodiment of effortless manifestation. I urge you, my beloved seekers, do not treat these insights as mere intellectual information to be filed away in your memory. Do not say, "Ah, now I understand the 369 breath code. Let me tell my friends about it." Intellectually, knowing about food will not satisfy your hunger. Reading a menu will not nourish your body. You must eat the food. You must practice the technique. Start today. Find 30 or 40 minutes in the morning or evening when you can sit silently alone. Do not make it a heavy, serious duty. Approach it playfully, innocently, like a child exploring a new game. Sit comfortably with your spine straight. Close your eyes and begin to observe your breath. Feel the touch of the air as it enters your nostrils. Follow the breath as it travels down to your navel. Watch the exquisite, silent gap where the breath stops before turning. Feel the curve as it moves back up and out. And when the breath leaves your body completely and comes to a natural rest, remains suspended in that universal pause. Play with this for 3 days. Just 3 days. If after 3 days you feel a deep sense of well-being, an inner quietness, a subtle feeling that this method belongs to you, then forget all other techniques. Stick to this single path for 3 months. I promise you, if you dedicate yourself to this simple breath awareness for 3 months, miracles will happen in your life. Not because you forced them, but because you opened the nearest door to the divine reality within yourself. You will look at the world with new eyes. You will walk on the earth with a new grace. Your anxieties, your fears, your tensions will evaporate like morning dew before the rising sun. You will no longer live in the feverish illusion of becoming. You will abide eternally in the majestic, blissful reality of pure being. Let us sit together in this silent presence. Let the breath carry you deep into the heart of the cosmic code. And as you sit in this quiet awareness, watching the silent pause between your breaths, a profound understanding begins to dawn upon you. The greatest barrier to your inner awakening, the ultimate obstacle to all true creation, is your own self-consciousness. Man lives in a deep, trance-like state of hypnosis. From the moment you are born, society begins to hypnotize you into believing that you are a separate, isolated center of control. You are taught that you must fight against existence, that you must carve out your destiny through sheer willpower, that you must control every circumstance, every relationship, every outcome. This constant neurotic desire to control is what I call self-consciousness. Consciousness is health, self-consciousness is a disease. Consciousness is an open sky. without any boundaries, a serene river flowing effortlessly into the ocean. Self-consciousness is a frozen block of ice, a dirty, stagnant pool surrounded by high walls with signboards that read "No trespassing." The self-conscious man is constantly on guard, constantly defended, terrified that if he relaxes his grip for even a single moment, everything will fall apart. Look at what happens when you bring this controlling, self-conscious attitude to the sacred art of manifestation. You sit down with a desire in your heart, but instead of allowing that desire to be a seed planted gently in the fertile soil of existence, your ego steps in and demands to oversee every step of the process. You want to control when it happens, how it happens, through whom it happens, and what form it takes. You become obsessed with perfectionism. You reread your goals. You analyze your thoughts. You monitor your feelings with a microscopic, anxious eye, terrified that a single negative thought will ruin your entire future. This perfectionism is not devotion, it is a neurosis of the ego. The ego is deeply perfectionistic because it always wants to prove that it is superior, that it is faultless, that it is better than others. But through the ego, perfection is an absolute impossibility. The ego can only produce mechanical, dead, plastic imitations of life. True perfection happens only when the ego is completely absent. When you are so deeply absorbed in the present moment that you forget yourself entirely. I am reminded of a beautiful story about a great sculptor who lived in ancient times. He was a master of his craft, a genius of extraordinary talent. His statues were so lifelike, so impeccably carved, that it was nearly impossible to distinguish between the living man and the cold marble he sculpted. One day, an astrologer visited him and revealed a terrifying prophecy. His death was approaching, and within a few short days the angel of death would come to claim his soul. The sculptor was overcome with fear. Like all men who live in the ego, he wanted to avoid death at any cost. He locked himself in his studio, meditated on his predicament, and devised a brilliant plan. He spent days and nights working frantically, carving 11 statues of himself out of pure white marble. Each statue was a flawless replica of his physical body. Every wrinkle, every line, every muscle was reproduced with absolute microscopic perfection. On the day his death was foretold, the sculptor heard a heavy knock upon his door. He quickly stripped off his clothes, stood among the 11 marble statues, and froze his body completely. He held his breath, stilled his heart, and became as motionless as the stone around him. The angel of death entered the studio. He looked around the room and was completely bewildered. Standing before him were 12 identical men, all equally still, all equally lifelike, all equally silent. The angel of death checked his scroll. He was supposed to take only one soul, but he could not tell which of the 12 was the living man and which 11 were marble statues. He had never encountered such a situation in the entire history of creation. God creates only originals. Existence never repeats itself, never uses an assembly line. Yet here were 12 identical human figures. Puzzled and embarrassed, the angel of death returned to the divine realm and explained his dilemma. He said, "I cannot decide. If I take the wrong one, I will violate cosmic law. How am I to find the living man among 11 perfect statues?" The divine presence smiled gently and whispered a secret formula into the angel's ear. He said, "Go back to the studio. Do not touch them. Do not examine them physically. Just utter this simple phrase, and the real man will reveal himself." The angel of death descended back into the sculptor's studio. He stood before the 12 identical figures, looked at them for a quiet moment, and then said in a loud, clear voice, "Sir, your work is extraordinary. It is a masterpiece of human skill. Everything is almost perfect except for one small error. You have made one tiny mistake in the carving." The sculptor's ego could not tolerate the thought of a flaw in his work. His pride was deeply wounded. He completely forgot that he was hiding from death. He jumped out from among the statues and shouted indignantly, "What mistake? What error? Where is it?" The angel of death smiled, stepped forward, and placed his hand on the sculptor's shoulder. He said, "Here is the error. You could not forget your ego. Come, it is time to go." This story contains a profound truth about human nature. The ego can make 11 perfect statues. It can build massive empires. It can write brilliant books. It can perform miraculous rituals. But it can never forget itself. It is always standing by the side, asking, "Am I being appreciated? Is my work perfect? Am I going to get the reward? Has my desire manifested yet?" This constant, restless self-monitoring is the very mechanism that blocks the energy of manifestation. In physics, particularly in the realm of electricity and quantum mechanics, scientists speak of the law of resistance. When an electrical current flows through a wire that has high resistance, energy is lost as heat. The higher the resistance, the less power reaches the destination. But when a conductor is cooled down to absolute zero, it enters a state known as superconductivity. At absolute zero, all electrical resistance drops to zero, and energy flows through the conductor infinitely without a single fraction of power being lost. Your inner spirit operates on the exact same law of zero resistance. When you are filled with anxiety, attachment, greed, and perfectionism, your psychological resistance is at its maximum peak. You are trying so hard to force the universe to yield to your desire that you create immense inner friction. Your energy is dissipated in worry, in doubt, in fear, in constant mental chatter. You are trying to drive a car with one foot pressed firmly on the accelerator and the other foot slammed on the brake. The engine roars, the tires smoke, the heat rises, but the car does not move an inch. You are exhausting yourself in feverish mental activity while remaining completely paralyzed in the physical world. Non-attachment is the state of zero resistance. It is the spiritual equivalent of superconductivity. Non-attachment does not mean that you become passive, lifeless, or indifferent to the world. It does not mean that you drop your dreams or stop acting in life. Non-attachment simply means that you detach your sense of being from the outcome of your actions. You plant the seed with love, you water the soil with care, you tend the garden with joy, but you do not stand over the earth every hour, digging up the seed to see if it has sprouted yet. You trust the intelligence of the earth. You trust the warmth of the sun. You trust the rhythm of the seasons. You allow nature to take its own time, to do its own work in its own exquisite way. When you learn to trust existence in this way, a deep, serene relaxation settles over your nervous system. You no longer carry the heavy burden of being the doer. You realize that you are not the master of the universe. You are simply a conscious participant in a grand cosmic play. If this understanding is bringing a sense of relief to your heart, if you are feeling the heavy weight of control lifting off your shoulders right now, take a gentle breath and share your feeling with us in the comments below. Tell me what area of your life you have been trying too hard to control and how it feels to let go of that grip. Your words can become a light for another traveler who is struggling under the weight of his own mind. If you are feeling aligned with these discourses, subscribe to our channel, join our family of conscious seekers, and hit the notification bell so we can continue this journey together. And if you wish to help us share these transformative teachings with thirsty souls across the world, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button or making a super thanks contribution. You can also explore our digital ebooks, linked in the description below, which offer practical steps for dissolving the ego and stepping into effortless awareness. Every act of love and support helps expand this circle of light. To understand the art of letting go, we must look at how the mind tricks us through its illusions of knowledge and belief. Belief is one of the most subtle ways the ego defends itself against real transformation. A belief is a ready-made opinion, a borrowed conclusion that you adopt because you are afraid to face your own ignorance. You believe in God, you believe in manifestation, you believe in karma, you believe in the law of attraction, but you do not know your belief is merely a blanket you pull over your fear of the unknown. A creator, a true seeker, does not live by belief. He lives by direct personal experience. Belief is always closed, finished, static. It ends with a full stop. Experience is always open, dynamic, evolving. It is an endless flow. When you carry a fixed belief about how life should work, you close the doors of your perception. You try to force reality to fit into your mental framework. And when reality refuses to fit your belief, you experience frustration, disappointment, and suffering. Look at the difference between knowledge and intelligence. Knowledge is gathered from the past. It is accumulated from books, from scriptures, from teachers, from tradition. Knowledge is dead. It is a memory stored in the brain, like data stored on a computer disk. A computer can carry vast amounts of knowledge, far more than any human brain, but a computer is not intelligent. A computer cannot laugh. A computer cannot love. A computer cannot feel awe at a starry night. A computer cannot create a breathtaking painting or compose a moving symphony. A computer is merely a mechanical manipulator of dead data. Intellect is that mechanical part of your brain that collects and processes knowledge. Intelligence, on the other hand, is the capacity of your consciousness to respond freshly, spontaneously, and creatively to the present moment. Intelligence is not of the head. Intelligence is a quality of your heart and your total being. It requires no memory, no rehearsal, no preconceived plan. Intelligence is pure clarity, pure awareness, pure presence. When you operate from intellect, you are always trying to use old solutions to solve new problems. But life is never old. Life is perpetually new, continuously changing, constantly surprising. No two moments in existence are ever identical. Every morning the sun rises on a new world. Every evening the stars appear in a unique configuration. Every person you meet is a shifting, living ocean of energy. If you meet the present moment with your old, dead intellect, your response will always be inadequate, clumsy, and out of tune. This is why intellectuals are almost always uncreative. Go to the great universities of the world, walk through the halls of academia, look at the professors, the scholars, the experts. They carry mountains of information in their heads. They can write long, impressive treatises on art, on literature, on psychology, on religion. But they cannot create a single living work of art. They cannot write a poem that moves a human heart to tears. They cannot paint a canvas that radiates divine light. They can analyze, they can dissect, they can criticize, but they cannot give birth to the new. They are like doctors who know every scientific detail about the human anatomy, but have never known the living warmth of love. Creativity requires that you put aside your intellect, your knowledge, your beliefs, and step naked into the unknown. It requires that you become like a child again. Look at a child when he plays. He does not care about respectability. He does not care if his drawing looks like a real horse or an imaginary creature from another galaxy. He is not trying to win a prize. He is not trying to impress his parents. He is not trying to build a career. He is completely immersed in the joy of creating. The process itself is his reward. The painting, the mud pie, the castle made of sand, these are not commodities to be sold. They are physical expressions of his overflowing joy. The moment you demand that your creative energy yield a specific result, money, fame, respectability, or a physical manifestation, you kill the sacred spirit of creation. You turn art into a commodity. You turn prayer into a trade. You turn meditation into a business deal. You say to the universe, I will give you my meditation if you give me $1 million. I will write 369 on paper if you give me my dream house. This is not spirituality. It is subtle commercialism. It is the same old greedy mindset operating under a pseudo-spiritual vocabulary. If you want to experience the true magic of existence, you must learn to love your work for its own sake. Whatever you do, let it be its own reward. If you are cleaning a floor, clean it with such love, such presence, such grace, that the floor becomes a mirror reflecting the divine. If you are cooking a meal, cook it with such tenderness and joy that the food becomes a sacrament. If you are painting, dancing, writing, or building a house, pour your whole soul into it without a single thought of whether the world will applaud you or ignore you. when the act itself becomes your celebration, when the doing becomes your fulfillment, you have transcended the trap of the ego. You have entered the realm of authentic creativity. In my talks on creativity, I have often spoken about the 3 C's that must come together to create a complete 3-dimensional human being. The first C is consciousness. The second C is compassion. The third C is creativity. Consciousness is your being. It is the silent, watchful center within you. Compassion is your feeling. It is the loving, warm, empathetic energy of your heart. Creativity is your action. It is the physical expression of your inner light in the world. Old religions created one-dimensional human beings. They focused only on consciousness, telling people to drop the world, renounce their families, retreat into dark caves or distant monasteries, and sit like dead stones in silent meditation. These monks achieved a certain dry, cold, unearthly peace, but they lost the richness of human life. They could not dance, they could not sing, they could not love, they could not create. They were like high, isolated mountain peaks, majestic, but cold, barren, and lifeless. Modern society, on the other hand, creates another type of one-dimensional human being: the manic worker, the consumer, the materialist. Modern man focuses entirely on action and production, but he has no heart and no consciousness. He builds magnificent highways, towering skyscrapers, incredible technologies, and devastating weapons, but he is completely empty inside. He is a highly efficient robot, a mechanical unit in a vast industrial machine. He has no time for poetry, no time for silence, no time for love, no time for God. My vision for the new humanity is a complete 3-dimensional human being, a Zorba the Buddha. Zorba represents the earth, the love of life, the joy of eating, dancing, singing, celebrating the physical world with full passion and gusto. Buddha represents the sky, the silent, serene, radiant depth of inner meditation and enlightenment. I do not want you to choose between Zorba and Buddha. I want you to be both simultaneously. Be as grounded, as passionate, as creative as Zorba, and be as silent, as watchful, as enlightened as Buddha. Let your Zorba dance, and let your Buddha watch the dance. When Zorba and Buddha merge into a single, unified being, you reach the absolute peak of human evolution. When you are a Zorba the Buddha, Manifestation is no longer a struggle or a ritual. Your very presence becomes a magnetic force. Because you are at ease with nature, nature opens all its treasuries to you. Because you are not clinging to anything, everything is given to you. Because you do not demand respectability, you attain true dignity. Because you do not seek fame, you become timeless. Look at how the mind resists this simple, natural way of living. The mind always wants things to be difficult, complicated, and arduous. Why does the mind love difficulty? Because when you face a difficult challenge, your ego gets a boost. When you climb a high mountain, when you solve a complex mathematical problem, when you perform a difficult ascetic fast, your ego says, "Look how strong I am. Look what I have achieved. Look how superior I am to others." If I tell you that to reach God, you must stand on your head for 10 years in the icy Himalayas, eating only one leaf a day, many of you will immediately get ready to go. It appeals to your ego. It gives you something hard to strive for. You can brag about it to your friends. But if I tell you that God is right here, right now, in your next breath, in the simple joy of sitting silently doing nothing, your mind says, "This is nonsense. This is too simple. How can something so simple be of any value?" The ego thrives on difficulty, on delay, on distance. The truth is simple, immediate, and present. To dehypnotize yourself from the ego, you must learn the art of passive witnessing. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva offers a technique that is directly designed to break the hypnotic grip of the mind and bring you to this state of zero resistance. He says, "Lie down as dead. Enraged in wrath, stay so. Or stare without moving an eyelash. Or suck something and become the sucking." Look at these simple, extraordinary devices. Lie down as dead. Try it in your own home. Lie down flat on the floor. Close your eyes and completely surrender your body. Tell yourself, "My body is dead. I cannot move a finger. I cannot blink an eye. I cannot speak a word. I cannot react to anything. If a mosquito comes and bites my arm, my body is dead. I cannot move to brush it away." Become completely, physically motionless. What happens when you lie down as dead? In the beginning, your mind will panic, thoughts will rush in, emotions will surge. You may feel fear, anger, sadness, or restlessness. The sutra says, "Enraged in wrath, stay so." Whatever emotion arises in your mind while your body is dead, do not fight it. Do not try to suppress it. Do not try to change it. If anger comes, let the anger burn in your mind, but keep your body completely motionless. Stay so. When you do not allow your emotions to move your body, a miracle occurs. An emotion is called an emotion because it creates motion in the body. When you get angry, your fists want to clench, your teeth want to grind, your voice wants to yell. If you keep the physical body absolutely stilled like a stone statue, the emotion loses its physical outlet. It burns in its own fire, and because you are not acting upon it, you are forced to become a witness to it. For the first time, you see that anger is there, anxiety is there, fear is there, but you are separate from it. The body is lying motionless like a corpse. The emotion is raging like a storm in the mental atmosphere, and you are sitting high above the storm, observing both the dead body and the turbulent mind as an aloof, untouched spectator. In that moment of passive witnessing, the hypnosis breaks. The illusion of the ego collapses. You realize in a single flash of illumination that you are neither the physical vessel nor the mental chatter. You are the immortal, unconditioned, indestructible watcher behind them both. This is the state of absolute non-attachment. When you arise from that meditation, you are a different human being. You walk back into the world, you go to your work, you interact with your family, you pursue your creative projects, but the deep, desperate identification with outcomes is gone forever. You no longer react like a helpless puppet pulled by the strings of external circumstances. You act out of your inner freedom, out of your silent center. When you bring this non-attached, zero resistance awareness to your desires, manifestation ceases to be a neurotic obsession. It becomes a playful, creative game. You hold a dream in your heart, you offer it to the universe like a beautiful flower, and then you forget about it. You do not cling, you do not demand, you do not worry. You know that the cosmic intelligence knows far better than your small mind what is right for your evolution, what is timely, and what is truly fulfilling. If the dream manifests, you enjoy it with deep gratitude as a gift from the divine. If the dream does not manifest, or if it manifests in an entirely different form than you expected, you enjoy that too, because you know that whatever existence brings to you is exactly what your soul needs in this moment to grow, to awaken, to expand into higher consciousness. You become like a hollow bamboo in the wind. When the wind blows from the east, the bamboo bends gracefully to the east. When the wind blows from the west, it bends to the west. It does not fight the wind. It does not resist the storm. It does not complain that the weather should be different. It remains empty, flexible, rooted, and completely at ease. And because it offers zero resistance, the wind does not break it. The wind simply plays a divine, whistling melody through its hollow trunk. Become that hollow bamboo. Drop your self-consciousness. Drop your perfectionism. Drop your feverish desire to control life. Step out of the hypnotic trance of the ego and rest deeply in the quiet beauty of your own being. When you are empty, relaxed, non-attached, and centered in the eternal now, you are no longer just a human being trying to manifest a small life. You have become the manifestation of existence itself. The universe sings through your voice, loves through your heart, creates through your hands, and celebrates its own eternal glory through your awakened soul. Let this silence penetrate deep into your heart. Rest in this effortless grace and let life unfold its boundless miracles through you. And as this effortless grace fills your heart, you discover the ultimate secret of all spiritual transformation, the art of becoming a hollow bamboo. Among all the great mystic masters who have walked this earth, Tilopa holds a very special place. Tilopa speaks of a meditation technique so simple, so profound, and so revolutionary that if you can understand it, your entire relationship with existence will be transformed in a single moment. Tilopa says, like a hollow bamboo, rest at ease with your body. Look at a hollow bamboo. What is a hollow bamboo? On the outside, there is the green skin, the nodes, the hard physical structure. But on the inside, there is nothing. It is completely empty, completely hollow, completely vacant. It carries no weight inside, no inner obstacles, no walls, no clutter. And because it is completely hollow inside, when a musician takes that bamboo, carves a few simple holes in it, and puts his lips to it, the wind passes through that hollowness, and out comes the most exquisite, breathtaking music. The bamboo does not create the music. The bamboo does not say, I am playing a great song, I am a great musician, look at my talent. The bamboo is simply a passage, a vessel, a channel. The wind belongs to the atmosphere, the song belongs to the musician, and the bamboo is merely the hollow space through which the divine harmony translates itself into physical sound. You are that bamboo. Your physical body, your skin, your bones, that is the outer structure of the bamboo. But inside your physical frame, you are meant to be completely empty, completely hollow, completely free of the ego. When you are empty inside, you are no longer a doer. You become an open passage for existence. The divine musician puts his lips to your being, breathes his infinite prana through your hollow core, and suddenly your life becomes a sweet melody, a divine song, a spontaneous dance of cosmic beauty. This is the essence of Vai Vu Vai, the ancient Taoist principle of action through non-action, or effortless effort. Modern man has been trained to believe that nothing can happen without fighting, pushing, and forcing. You have been taught that life is a competitive struggle, a survival of the fittest, a battlefield where you must constantly assert your willpower. But if you look at nature, nature knows nothing of struggle. Nature operates entirely on the principle of Wei Wu Wei. Look at the trees in a forest. Do they strive to grow? Do they consult textbooks on botany to figure out how to stretch their branches toward the sun? They simply rest at ease in the soil, absorb the rain, drink the sunlight, and out of that relaxed harmony, growth happens naturally. Look at the ocean waves. Do they struggle to rise and fall? They simply respond to the pull of the moon and the wind. Look at your own body. While you are asleep, your heart continues to beat, your lungs continue to breathe, your stomach continues to digest food, your cells continue to repair themselves. Are you doing any of this? Are you sitting inside your brain managing the beating of your heart or the circulation of your blood? If you had to manage your own biology, you would be dead in 5 minutes. Existence is doing it all through you, effortlessly, silently, perfectly. Why then, when it comes to your desires, your dreams, your manifestations, do you suddenly become a feverish doer? Why do you step in with your tiny ego and try to take over the management of the universe? When you practice the 369 manifestation method, most people approach it with the heavy, muscular attitude of the doer. They sit down with a pen and a piece of paper, their knuckles white, their teeth clenched, their minds filled with tension, repeating their written desire like a mechanical spell. They think that by sheer mental force, by sheer obsessive repetition, they can compel existence to fulfill their wish. I tell you, This is the quickest way to fail. The more you force, the more resistance you create. The more you strive, the more you alienate yourself from the cosmic stream. If you want to use the 369 code effectively, you must transform the physical act of writing into a meditation of no mind. You must become the hollow bamboo while holding the pen. How do you do this? Before you pick up the pen to write your 369 intention, take a few minutes to sit quietly and relax your entire organism. Sit in a comfortable posture. Let your spine be straight and relaxed, and shut your mouth firmly. Touch your tongue gently to the roof of your mouth. Why is shutting the mouth so important? Because the mouth is the primary seat of human activity. It is where your first activity in life began when you sucked your mother's milk, and it is where your mental activity continues throughout the day through continuous inner chatter. When you shut your mouth firmly and let your tongue rest against the roof of your mouth, the subtle quivering of your lips stops. Your inner talking begins to calm down. Now, do not fight your thoughts. If thoughts come, let them come and go like clouds passing through a wide blue sky. Remain a passive, quiet spectator. Sit like a person sitting on the bank of a river, watching the water flow past. You do not jump into the river to push the water. You do not try to stop the river. You simply watch it flow. When your mouth is closed, your body is relaxed, and your mind is passively watching, feel yourself as a hollow bamboo. Feel that inside your skin there is no solid ego, no tense controller, no anxious doer, only a wide, spacious, luminous hollowness. In that state of hollow relaxation, take up your pen. Do not hold the pen with a tight, aggressive grip. Hold it gently, tenderly. As your hand moves across the paper, writing the numbers 3, 6, and 9, and writing your innermost heart's intention, do not feel I am writing this. Drop the writer completely. Let your hand move as if existence itself is moving your fingers. Become the writing itself. When you write, there should be no writer behind the pen, only the movement of the ink, only the flow of the energy, only the quiet awareness observing the words as they appear on the paper. When the writer is absent, there is no greed, no tension, no anxiety about when the manifestation will happen. The physical act of writing 369 becomes a sacred prayer, a pure offering, a silent communion between your hollow being and the infinite intelligence of the universe. You are no longer demanding anything from life. You are simply pouring your inner fragrance onto the paper. And because the paper receives that intention, when you are in a state of zero resistance, the frequency you broadcast into the cosmos is utterly pure, harmonious, and potent. If you are listening to these words and feeling a deep, sweet peace descending upon your heart, take a moment to drop into this present space. Share your reflections in the comments below. Tell me how it feels to imagine yourself as a hollow bamboo, completely free of the doer. When you share your inner experience, you create an aura of conscious energy that touches seekers all over the world. System.
If your soul feels nourished by these silent discourses, make sure to subscribe to our channel and join our global family of awakening hearts.
And if you feel called to support our mission, to help us keep these timeless insights flowing freely across the globe, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the Join button or making a direct contribution using the Super Thanks feature. You can also explore our specially published digital ebooks linked in the description below, which offer comprehensive guides to meditation, tantra, and the art of living in harmony with nature. Your love and support are the soil in which this work continues to bloom. To live in harmony with nature, you must understand the difference between what is essential and what is non-essential. Humanity has created a vast structure of non-essential desires that keep people perpetually exhausted. You work 40 or 50 hours a week doing a job you hate, to earn money you do not need, to buy things you do not want, to impress people you do not even like. This is the insane wheel of modern life. It is an endless treadmill that consumes your precious prana, leaving you drained, depressed, and spiritual hollow. Look at how simple the real needs of life are. Your body needs basic food, clean water, simple clothes, a comfortable shelter, and a little warmth and love. These essential needs are easily fulfilled. Existence has provided more than enough for every living creature's need, but it cannot satisfy human greed. Greed is a psychological disease born out of an empty, unloved heart. When you do not know the inner treasure of your own being, you try to fill that inner void with outer possessions. You accumulate money, you accumulate houses, you accumulate cars, you accumulate titles, and yet the void remains as deep and dark as ever. When you become a hollow bamboo, your greed vanishes completely. You realize that you are already filled with the ultimate wealth of the cosmos. What more can you ask for when the divine musician is playing his song through your very soul? You become content with the ordinary. And this is one of the most paradoxical keys to true creativity: finding nirvana in the ordinary. We have been conditioned by our ambitious society to constantly seek the extraordinary. We want to do great things, build great monuments, achieve great fame, perform great miracles. But this desire for greatness is merely an ego trip. The ego hates the ordinary because in the ordinary it finds no food for its pride. A truly creative, enlightened human being loves the ordinary. To him, nothing is ordinary and nothing is profane. Everything in existence is sacred, holy, and miraculous. Look at Abraham Lincoln, one of the greatest presidents in human history. Lincoln was the son of a poor shoemaker. When he was elected President of the United States, the wealthy, arrogant aristocrats in the Senate were deeply offended. They could not bear the thought that the son of a humble shoemaker was going to lead the nation. On the day Lincoln was to deliver his inaugural address to the Senate, one extremely wealthy, arrogant senator stood up before the entire assembly. He looked at Lincoln with contempt and said, "Mr. Lincoln, before you begin your speech, I want you to remember that you are the son of a shoemaker. In fact, my family is still wearing shoes that were made by your father." The entire Senate fell into a tense, uncomfortable silence. The aristocrats expected Lincoln to feel humiliated, embarrassed, and small. But Lincoln was a man of true greatness, a man rooted in his authentic being. He looked at the senator with calm, loving eyes, and tears welled up in his eyes. Lincoln said, "Sir, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for reminding me of my father on this historic day. My father was a true artist, a master shoemaker. He put his whole soul into every pair of shoes he created. They were not just shoes, they were works of art. I know that no matter how well I serve as president, I will never be able to match the perfection and craftsmanship that my father brought to his shoemaking. He was a far greater creator than I can ever hope to be. And sir, if the shoes my father made for your family ever pinch your feet or need repair, please let me know. I learned the craft from my father, and although I am not as skilled as he was, I will be honored to repair them for you myself." The entire Senate was struck dumb. The arrogant senator sat down in utter shame. Lincoln had transformed a moment of intended humiliation into a supreme monument of grace, humility, and respect for creative labor. It does not matter whether you are painting a canvas, writing a symphony, cooking a meal, planting a garden, or repairing a shoe. What matters is the quality of consciousness you bring to the act. If you put your whole soul, your whole love, your total presence into whatever you are doing, that act becomes divine. It becomes a prayer, an offering, a sacred meditation. This is what I mean by finding nirvana in the ordinary. You do not need to perform grand heroic deeds to be creative. You do not need to become a Shakespeare, a Michelangelo, or an Einstein. If you can sweep a room with total love, with total presence, as if you are cleaning the very temple of God, that simple act of sweeping becomes a masterpiece of spiritual art. You are transformed in the very doing of it. Look at how our educational systems and religions have destroyed this simple, joyful approach to life. From your very childhood, you are taught to compete, to compare, to push ahead of others. You are told that if you are not at the top of your class, if you do not get the highest marks, if you do not become a famous professional, you are a failure. This constant pressure to achieve, to be recognized, kills your natural, childlike creativity. Every child is born a natural creator. Watch small children playing with mud, building castles out of sand, drawing wild, colorful shapes on paper, making up silly stories and songs. They are utterly absorbed, utterly happy, utterly creative. They do not care if their drawing is anatomically correct. They do not care if their song follows classical rules of music. They do not care if their sand castle will be washed away by the next wave. They are living in the sheer joy of the creative process. Then the parents step in, the teachers step in, the priests step in. They say, "Stop fooling around. Don't waste your time with mud and drawings. Learn your mathematics, learn your grammar, memorize your history. Prepare for your examinations so you can get a good job and earn money." Slowly, systematically, the child's right brain hemisphere, the hemisphere of intuition, poetry, art, love, music, and spontaneous joy, is suppressed and paralyzed. The left brain hemisphere, the hemisphere of logic, memory, calculation, efficiency, and mechanical repetition, is forcefully developed. By the time the child graduates from the university with a high degree, his creative child is dead. He has become an efficient, respectable, intellectual robot. He can reproduce information, he can follow orders, he can fit into the corporate machine, but he has lost his soul, his song, his dance, his inner thrill for life. And then, 50 years later, this same person sits down in a workshop trying to learn how to manifest his dreams using the 369 code. How can a dead robot manifest anything of beauty? First, you must resurrect the creative child within yourself. You must deprogram yourself from all the stupid conditioning that has been forced upon you. You must drop the fear of looking foolish. A creative person must be willing to look eccentric, bizarre, and foolish to the blind, uncreative crowd. All great creators, the poets, the painters, the mystics, the visionaries, were thought to be mad by their contemporary societies. When Vincent van Gogh was painting his breathtaking canvases in France, nobody bought his paintings. People laughed at his strange colors, his swirling stars, his vibrant, passionate brush strokes. His own brother had to buy a few of his paintings under assumed names just to give Van Gogh enough money to buy bread and paints. Van Gogh died in utter poverty and obscurity, thought by everyone to be a pathetic, crazy man. Today, a single canvas by Van Gogh sells for $100 million. The very paintings that people refuse to hang on their walls are now guarded in climate-controlled museum vaults as priceless treasures of humanity. Why was Van Gogh rejected in his lifetime? Because he was 50 years ahead of his time. He did not paint according to the stale, dead conventions of the past. He painted what his awakened, visionary soul saw in nature. He saw the stars not as static dots of light, but as whirling dervishes of cosmic energy. He saw the trees not as inanimate wood, but as the passionate ambitions of the earth reaching up to touch the heavens. He was a child of nature, a hollow bamboo through which existence painted its wildest beauty. If you want to be authentically creative, you must give up the desire for social respectability and instant fame. Fame and respectability are the rewards given by a sick society to those who conform to its dead patterns. If you conform, society rewards you with titles, medals, and applause, but you lose your soul. If you refuse to conform, if you stay true to your inner voice, society may ignore you or condemn you, but you keep your soul, your freedom, your joy, and your living connection to the divine. This is the choice every seeker must make. Do you want the cheap, temporary applause of the crowd, or do you want the eternal, overflowing bliss of your own awakened being? When you choose your inner being, when you become a hollow bamboo, you enter the sacred realm of true discipline. Let us understand what the word discipline really means. The word discipline comes from the same root as the word disciple. A disciple is not a slave who blindly obeys orders. A disciple is a person who is in a constant state of learning, a state of humble, open-eyed inquiry. And discipline is the living process of learning. A knowledgeable man can never be disciplined in this true sense, because he believes he already knows. His mind is full of dead theories, concepts, and prejudices. He approaches every new situation with his old answers. He is closed, rigid, and defensive. He cannot learn anything new because his cup is already full of stagnant water. The true disciple, the man of real spiritual discipline, lives in a state of luminous not knowing. Like Socrates, he declares, I know only one thing, that I know nothing. When you realize that you know nothing, a profound, exquisite innocence descends upon your mind. You become vulnerable, open, and receptive. You look at every flower, every tree, every human face, every sunrise as if you are seeing it for the very first time. You have no ready-made answers, no preconceived judgments. You are ready to explore, to inquire, to experience life directly without any mediator. This state of luminous not knowing is the fertile soil from which all genuine art, all authentic poetry, all true manifestation springs. When you sit down to write your 369 intentions, do not approach it as a knowledgeable expert who knows exactly how the universe must fulfill his desire. Approach it in this state of luminous not knowing. Write your intention as a humble, loving invitation to existence. Say to the cosmos, this is the song of my heart, this is the dream of my soul, but I know nothing of the grand cosmic design. I surrender my small wish into your vast ocean. Let your will be done through me. When you offer your dream to existence with that level of trust, with that level of hollow emptiness, with that level of effortless way, a deep alignment occurs within the fabric of space and time. You are no longer fighting the stream, you are floating with it. You are no longer trying to build a plastic rose. You are allowing the living lotus of your destiny to unfold naturally from the deep waters of your being. Let go of the doer. Drop the burden of control. Become the hollow bamboo. Shut your mouth. Quiet your mind. And let the divine musician play his eternal song through your life. In our next exploration, we will dive even deeper into the mystery of how this inner alignment integrates into your daily worldly activities. How to maintain the 369 awareness while walking, working, eating, and living in the busy marketplace, and how the final shift from becoming to being completely liberates your soul. Rest peacefully in this hollow silence, my beloved friends. The divine presence within me bows with deep love and reverence to the divine presence living within each and every one of you. When you rest in this hollow silence, when you allow yourself to become like a hollow bamboo, Another extraordinary center within your being begins to awaken. Up until now, we have explored the mystery of the breath, the stillness of the navel, and the art of non-attached action. But there is a secret doorway in your subtle anatomy through which the images of your inner mind transform directly into the physical reality of the outer world. This doorway is the Shivanetra, the third eye, located precisely in the space between your two eyebrows. In the 5th chapter of the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva unveils 5 profound techniques of attentiveness to Devi. And the very first of these techniques points directly to the mystery of the third eye. Shiva says, "Attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head, and there shower as light." To understand why third eye focus is the supreme key to image creation and manifestation, you must first understand the fundamental difference between your two physical eyes and your inner eye. Your physical eyes are designed for duality. You have two eyes so that you can perceive contrast, depth, distance, and separation. Your right eye and your left eye look out into the world of form, dividing existence into subject and object, into me and you, into inside and outside, into darkness and light. As long as you look at existence through your two physical eyes, you remain trapped in the world of six, the world of duality and polarity. The third eye, however, is singular. It does not divide, it unifies. It is the eye of non-duality, the eye of pure presence, the eye of the number 9. When your inner awareness moves between the two eyebrows, your two physical eyes naturally become fixed and magnetized. They lose their restless outward scanning. They come to a complete standstill, and their energy turns inward, converging onto a single focal point. In that quiet convergence, Shiva says, "Let mind be before thought." What does it mean to let the mind be before thought? Ordinarily, you do not know the mind before thought. You know only the mind full of thoughts. You know the mind as a crowded marketplace, a noisy highway packed with endless streams of chatter, memories, anxieties, and plans. You are so accustomed to the noise that if there is a gap between two thoughts, you do not even notice it. You pass over the silence as if it were nothing. When your attention is focused at the third eye, your consciousness steps back to the very source from which thoughts are born. You stand at the threshold of the mind before a thought is formulated, before a word is spoken, before an image is projected. You stand in the pristine space of pure unmanifested potentiality. You are looking at the canvas before the first stroke of paint has even touched it. This state of mind before thought is what modern science is now beginning to discover as the zero-point quantum field. It is the boundless field of pure energy from which all subatomic particles arise and into which they dissolve. When you are centered at the third eye, you are plugged directly into this zero-point field of existence. It is from this precise space that Nikola Tesla operated when he conceived his revolutionary inventions. Tesla was not an ordinary engineer who sat down with a piece of paper, sketching trial and error diagrams, building physical prototypes, and making endless mechanical adjustments. Tesla possessed an extraordinary awakened third eye capability. Tesla recorded in his own personal journals that whenever an idea for an invention came to him, he did not build it in the physical world right away. Instead, he projected the entire invention in his mind's eye with crystal clarity. He would build the machine in his imagination down to the smallest screw, the finest wire, the most intricate gear. He would set the machine running in his mind, and he could leave it running for weeks. Weeks later, he would inspect the machine in his mental vision to see where the gears showed signs of wear and tear, where the electrical friction was too high, where the balance needed adjustment. Only after he had perfected the invention completely in his 3D inner vision would he give the blueprints to his technicians to assemble the physical device. And when the physical machine was constructed, it worked flawlessly on the very first attempt, exactly as he had seen it in his mind. How was Tesla able to do this? Was it merely a clever intellectual trick? No. Tesla had accidentally stumbled upon the ancient tantric art of third eye image creation. When an ordinary person tries to visualize something, whether it is a new house, a thriving business, a healthy body, or a loving relationship, he tries to visualize from his head, from his ego, from his anxious intellect. His mind is filled with doubt, fear, and distraction. While he is visualizing a house, a subtle voice in his subconscious is whispering, "You cannot afford this, you are not worthy, this is just wishful thinking, it will never happen." His mental image is faint, fuzzy, fragmented, and unstable. It is like trying to project a film onto a screen while the projector bulb is flickering and the lens is covered in dust. Naturally, nothing manifests in the physical world, or if it does, it manifests as a broken, distorted mess. When a master or a visionary like Tesla visualizes, he does not visualize from the anxious intellect. He first brings his mind to the state before thought, centering his awareness at the third eye. In that state of no mind, all inner conflict, all doubt, all mental resistance vanishes. The inner screen is completely clear, silent, and luminous. When an image is projected onto that clear inner screen from the third eye center, it is not a flat, two-dimensional daydream. It is a three-dimensional, energetic reality. The third eye endows the image with subtle prana, with spiritual substance, with cosmic weight. The boundary between imagination and physical reality begins to dissolve completely. In the 5th chapter of Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, there is a fascinating story about Sariputta, one of the chief disciples of Gautama Buddha. Sariputta was a deep meditator, and as his meditation reached the center of the third eye, extraordinary visions began to appear to him. He saw magnificent celestial realms, glowing golden palaces, divine beings showering flowers, terrifying demons, and radiant landscapes of light. These visions were so vivid, so tangible, so three-dimensional that Sariputta could reach out and feel the texture of the flowers, smell their sweet fragrance, and hear the sublime music of the heavens. Sariputta was bewildered. He came running to Buddha, bowed at his feet, and said, "Master, extraordinary things are happening in my meditation. I am seeing realms of gold, divine beings, and celestial flowers that are more real to me than this earth, more real than these trees, more real even than you sitting before me. Tell me, Master, am I going mad? What is real and what is a dream?" Buddha looked at Sariputta with deep love and gentleness and said, "Sariputta, now that your attention is centered at the third eye, dream and reality are no longer two different things. Whatever you imagine in that center becomes an immediate living reality to you. And this outer world that you thought was so solid, so permanent, so real, you will now see that it too is nothing but a grand cosmic dream, a projection of the universal mind." Buddha was revealing one of the ultimate truths of existence. For a person centered in the third eye, imagination is fact, and physical reality is merely condensed imagination. Think about this. Every single object in this room where you are sitting right now, the chair you are resting on, the clothes you are wearing, the device through which you are listening to my voice, the house that shelters you, every single one of these physical objects was once nothing more than an invisible thought, a subtle image in somebody's mind. Before the airplane flew in the sky, it was an image in the minds of the Wright brothers. Before the majestic temple was built in stone, it was an image in the mind of the architect. Before the symphony was played by 100 musicians, it was an inner melody heard in the silent soul of the composer. Everything physical is born from the subtle. The unmanifested becomes the subtle becomes the mental, and the mental condenses into the physical. This is the natural downward flow of creation. When you use the 369 code with third eye awareness, you are consciously participating in this natural flow of creation. You are not begging the world to give you something from the outside. You are creating the subtle energetic template at the source, knowing that the physical world has no choice but to condense around that template. If you are feeling the truth of these words stirring within your soul, take a moment to connect with us in this shared space. Write a comment below and describe what visions, dreams, or creative inspirations have been resting in your heart. Sharing your inner journey brings light to others who are searching for their own path. If you feel a deep resonance with these discourses, subscribe to our channel and join our global family of awakening hearts. And if you wish to support the continuation of these talks, helping us bring this timeless wisdom to millions of seekers worldwide, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button or making a super thanks contribution. You can also explore our digital ebooks linked in the description below, which offer profound practical guides on meditation, image creation, and inner liberation. Your love and support help keep this sanctuary of truth alive and thriving. Now, let us go deeper into the practical application of Shiva's Sutra. Shiva says, "Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light." This is a breathtakingly beautiful process. How do you practice this in your daily meditation? First, sit silently and bring your attention between your eyebrows to the third eye. Let your body relax, let your mouth be firmly closed, and let your breathing find its natural, unforced rhythm. As you watch the breath coming in and going out, you will begin to feel something subtle moving through the air. You will begin to sense prana, the invisible, delicate essence of aliveness that flows within the vehicle of the air. Science tells you that you are breathing oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. That is true for the physical body. But Tantra tells you that passing through the oxygen is an invisible stream of cosmic vitality, the Elan vital, the divine energy of prana. When your attention is focused at the third eye, you suddenly become capable of feeling this prana essence directly. You feel a subtle warmth, a sweet tingling, a luminous energy moving up your spine and entering your heart and head with every inhalation. Shiva says, when you feel this breath essence, this prana, Imagine that your entire physical form is being filled with it. Feel that your feet, your legs, your torso, your arms, your chest, and your head are completely soaked in this vibrant, luminous prana essence, like a sponge soaked in pure water. Then bring that filled energy up to the top of your head, to the Sahasrar, the seventh highest spiritual center, the 1,000-petaled lotus at the crown of your head. And at the Sahasrar, let it shower down upon you as pure light. Imagine a brilliant waterfall of liquid golden light erupting from the top of your head and showering down over your entire body, washing away every trace of darkness, every seed of disease, every weight of past karma, every knot of anxiety and fear. Under this shower of divine light, you are completely cleansed, renewed, recreated, and reborn. In that state of luminous rebirth, while sitting under the shower of light from the Sahasrar, bring your heart's true intention into your third eye vision. Do not bring a petty, greedy, or harmful desire. Do not bring an intention that seeks to control, manipulate, or hurt another human being. If you bring an impure, harmful desire to the third eye, the energy will recoil upon you and create deep psychological disturbance, because the third eye multiplies whatever energy you feed into it. Bring an intention that is pure, beautiful, creative, and aligned with your highest good and the good of all existence. See your intention not as something that might happen in a distant, uncertain future. See it as an existing, living reality right now in the present moment. If you are seeking health, do not visualize yourself getting cured in the future. See yourself right now, vibrant, strong, radiant with energy, moving through life with joy and vitality. Feel the health in your cells, feel the strength in your muscles, feel the brightness in your eyes. If you are seeking a creative project, see the project already completed, see the book written, see the painting finished, see the business thriving, see the music flowing. Feel the deep satisfaction, the joyful fulfillment, the quiet gratitude in your heart as if it is already an accomplished fact. Hold that crystal clear 3D vision at your third eye center for a few quiet moments while the light showers down from your Sahasrar. Do not strain, do not push, do not force. Simply hold the vision with the innocent, playful delight of a child. And then release it completely. This is where the magic happens. After projecting the vision from the third eye, drop it into the cosmic void. Do not cling to it. Do not spend the rest of the day worrying whether it worked or not. You have planted the seed in the most fertile, luminous soil in the universe. Now, leave the seed alone. Trust the earth. Trust the sun. Trust the wind. Trust the cosmic intelligence. When you release the vision without attachment, you allow the number 9, the supreme void, the non-moving center, to take over. The unmanifested cosmic mind takes that subtle energetic blueprint and begins the process of translating it into physical form through the natural laws of 3 and 6. Look at how Nikola Tesla worked. He held the vision in his mind's eye until it was crystal clear, and then he let his hands work effortlessly to build the device in the physical world. He did not live in anxiety, he lived in absolute creative joy. Look at how the great artists, the great sculptors, the great poets work. Michelangelo saw the statue of David residing inside the rough block of marble before he ever touched a chisel. He did not create David out of nothing. He simply saw David living inside the stone at his third eye. And then he patiently, lovingly chipped away the unnecessary marble until the living form was revealed to the world. You are the sculptor of your own life. The rough block of marble is your current circumstance, your current conditioning, your current reality. Inside that rough marble lies the magnificent, radiant, awakened statue of your highest potential. To chip away the unnecessary marble, you do not need violent, feverish effort. You only need to drop the false ego, drop the mental chatter, center your awareness at the third eye, and let the light of your true being shine through. In Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva gives another extraordinary sutra that connects this third eye focus directly with daily life and sleep. He says, with intangible breath in center of forehead, as this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. This sutra is a master key for transforming your sleep into a continuous stream of meditation and creation. What happens when you fall asleep every night? Ordinarily, as sleep overtakes you, your conscious mind slips into darkness and unconsciousness. You lose awareness. Your mind begins to churn through the chaotic, unfulfilled desires and stresses of the day, producing random, non-voluntary dreams. You are a passive victim of your dreams. You cannot choose what you dream. You cannot stop a nightmare. You cannot direct the inner narrative. And because your sleep is filled with restless, unconscious dreaming, you wake up in the morning feeling tired, heavy, and unrefreshed. Shiva gives us a technique to completely transform the quality of our sleep. As you lie down in bed at night, ready to sleep, close your eyes and bring your gentle attention to the intangible, invisible breath, the prana, at the center of your forehead, the third eye. Feel the subtle prana flowing in through the third eye and descending gently down into your heart center. Feel that with every breath, your heart is being filled with liquid light, peace, and vitality. Hold this gentle, loving awareness of the prana touching your heart and let sleep come and drown you while you are in this feeling. Do not fight sleep. Do not try to stay awake forcefully. Simply let sleep take over your physical body while your awareness remains resting in the light of your heart. If you practice this continuously for a few nights, a breathtaking miracle occurs. You become awake within your dreams. When a dream begins in the night, a part of your consciousness remains silent, watchful, and aware. You look at the dream and you know with absolute clarity, this is a dream. I am dreaming this scenario. The moment you realize within a dream that it is a dream, the dream loses its power over you. If a lion is chasing you in a dream, you no longer run in terror, because you know the lion is made of dream stuff. If you fall from a high mountain in a dream, you do not scream in fear, because you know you cannot be hurt by a dream mountain. And even more extraordinary, once you become aware in your dreams, you gain direction over your dreams. You become the conscious director of your inner theater. If you want to dream a particular scene, you can choose it. If you want to dissolve a nightmare, you can simply wave your hand and it vanishes into light. Dreaming ceases to be a chaotic, non-voluntary illness. It becomes a conscious, creative playground. And when you gain direction over your dreams, Shiva promises something even greater. You gain direction over death itself. Why does Shiva connect dream mastery with mastery over death? Because quantitatively and qualitatively, sleep and death are identical states of consciousness. Sleep is a short daily death. Death is a long major sleep. Every night when you fall asleep, your body rests, your conscious mind goes off, and your soul retreats into the subtle realm to rejuvenate its energies. In the morning, you wake up with the same body and the same personality, because the physical vessel is still functional. When you die, your physical vessel has become unwearable, broken, or old. Your soul falls into a deep profound sleep, drops the old body, and after a period of rest in the subtle realm, enters a new womb to be born with a new physical body. But because your ordinary sleep is completely unconscious, your death is also completely unconscious. You pass through death in a state of deep swoon, and when you are reborn in a new body, your memory is wiped clean. You cannot remember who you were in your past life, what you learned, or where you came from. You have to start all over again from scratch, repeating the same childish mistakes, the same foolish desires, the same unnecessary struggles. When you master the art of remaining aware during sleep through the third eye and heart connection, the dark curtain of unconsciousness is torn away forever. You remain aware while your physical body sleeps, and when the moment of physical death arrives, you remain completely awake, calm, joyful, and centered. You watch your physical body drop away like an old worn out coat. You see that you are not dying, only the physical house is being dismantled. You pass through the gates of death with open eyes, with full awareness, with supreme serenity. You become a master of your birth, choosing where, when, and to whom you will be born, or choosing to dissolve completely into the ultimate timeless ocean of cosmic consciousness. This is the true mastery that Tantra offers to humanity. It does not offer you tiny, petty, egoistic tricks to acquire a few more toys in the marketplace. It offers you the ultimate freedom, the supreme sovereignty over life, dream, creation, and death. Stop living in the shallow paddlings of the mind. Dive deep into the multidimensional ocean of your own inner being. Align your three centers of body, mind, and spirit. Harmonize your six actions with the natural flow of existence. Root your nine in the unmoving, silent space of the third eye and the hara. Become the hollow bamboo. Let the divine light shower upon you from the crown of your head. Look at the world through the innocent, unclouded vision of the third eye, and let your life become a radiant, magnificent masterpiece of love, joy, creativity, and eternal freedom. I am with you on every step of this sacred journey. Sit in this peace, rest in this light, and let your soul bloom into its ultimate divine beauty. Thank you, my beloved friends. I bow to the eternal, awakened light that shines within your hearts. And as this radiant light fills your inner temple, a question inevitably arises in the mind of the seeker. It is a question that millions have asked throughout the ages. It is easy to feel peaceful, silent, and centered while sitting in a dark room with closed eyes, listening to a discourse. or meditating on the breath. But what happens when you open your eyes and step out into the noisy, demanding marketplace? What happens when you go to your job, when you face your boss, when you handle your finances, when your child cries, or when your spouse argues with you? How do you maintain the sacred frequency of 3, 6, and 9 in the middle of worldly activity? This is where most spiritual seekers fall into a dangerous trap. They create a false division between meditation and daily life. They think that meditation is something you do for 30 minutes in the morning, and then for the remaining 16 hours of the day, you go back to being your anxious, frantic, reactive ego. Or worse, they begin to view the world as an enemy, an obstacle to their spiritual growth. They think, if only I could leave my job, if only I could abandon my family, if only I could retreat to a silent cave in the Himalayas or a secluded monastery, then I would be permanently enlightened. I tell you, if your meditation requires a cave in the Himalayas to survive, your meditation is not worth a single penny. It is a fragile, artificial hothouse plant. The moment you come down from the mountain into the heat and dust of the city, your peace will shatter like cheap glass. A real meditation, an authentic centeredness, must be as strong as a diamond. It must be capable of surviving in the crowded street, in the heavy traffic, in the busy office, in the midst of life's unpredictable storms. In the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Shiva gives a technique specifically designed for the person who lives in the world, the person who has a job, a family, and daily responsibilities. The sixth sutra reveals, when in worldly activity, keep attentive between two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. Look at the beauty and simplicity of this technique. Shiva does not ask you to renounce your profession, drop your tools, or escape into isolation. He says, when in worldly activity, while you are typing on your computer, while you are driving your car, while you are cooking dinner, while you are bargaining in the market, while you are talking to a friend, keep your subtle attention on the gap between your two breaths. How do you maintain this double-arrowed consciousness? To understand this, you must realize that your existence has two dimensions, the circumference and the center. The circumference is the world of action, of form, of movement, of speech, of social roles. The center is the world of pure being, of stillness, of silence, of the unmoving witness. Ordinarily, your entire consciousness is completely absorbed by the circumference. When you walk, you become only the walking, and you forget the watcher inside. When you speak, you become lost in the words, and you forget the silent listener within. When you are angry, you become the anger, and you forget the unsoiled witness. You live entirely on the periphery of your life, like a person who has forgotten that his house has an interior and spends his whole life sitting on the front porch in the cold and rain. Sutra 6 teaches you the art of living simultaneously at the center and on the circumference. It creates a psychodrama out of your daily existence. Think of an actor playing a role in a theater. Suppose an actor is playing the part of Rama or Jesus or Hamlet on the stage. On the stage, he wears the robes of the character, he speaks the lines written by the playwright, he cries when the script calls for tears, he smiles when the script calls for joy, he fights when the script calls for battle. To the audience sitting in the dark theater, he appears completely consumed by the role. But what is happening inside the actor's awareness? Deep down at his center, he knows with absolute certainty, I am not Hamlet, I am not Rama. My name is John. I have a home to return to after the show. I have a salary waiting for me. I am merely playing a part. His outer expression is full of emotion and dramatic action, but his inner being remains completely untouched, aloof and centered. If the actor forgets this inner separation, if he actually becomes Hamlet on stage and gets so absorbed in the tragedy that he suffers a heart attack when his beloved dies, we would call him insane. The play would have to be stopped, the curtain brought down, and an ambulance called. Yet, that is precisely what almost every human being is doing in daily life. You have forgotten that you are playing a temporary role on the stage of time. You have become so identified with your role as a doctor, an engineer, a husband, a wife, a mother, a boss, or a beggar that when something goes wrong with the script, you suffer a mental breakdown. When your money is lost, you feel your soul is lost. When your partner leaves, you feel your life is over. When your plans fail, you fall into deep despair. When you practice keeping your attention between your two breaths while in worldly activity, you instantly create a healthy distance between yourself and your role. You remain an actor in the cosmic play. You type on the keyboard, but deep inside you are watching the breath turn at the navel. You talk to your client, but at your core you are suspended in the universal pause. You wash the dishes, but your inner watcher remains untouched by the soap and water. You have two distinct layers of existence operating at the same time, doing on the circumference and being at the center. If you are feeling this double-arrowed awareness beginning to awaken within you, as you listen to my voice. I invite you to take a moment and connect with this conscious space. Leave a comment below sharing how you plan to bring this breath awareness into your daily routine, whether at your workplace, during your morning walk, or while sitting at dinner with your family. When you express your commitment to daily awareness, you inspire thousands of fellow travelers who are reading your words. If you feel deeply connected to these discourses, subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell so we can continue walking this path together. And if you wish to support our work, helping us share these teachings with thirsty souls around the globe, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the join button or offering a super thanks contribution. You can also explore our digital ebooks in the description below, which offer practical exercises for integrating meditation into modern daily life. Every contribution fuels this living flame of awakening. Let us examine what happens to your daily work when you operate from this integrated 369 frequency. When you are centered in the gap between your breaths, your work is transformed from a heavy, exhausting burden into an effortless flow of wei-wu-wei action through non-action. Look at how modern man works. He works with immense tension because his mind is never on the work itself. His hands are performing the task, but his mind is running ahead into the future, calculating the profit, worrying about the deadline, wondering about his boss's opinion, or dreaming of the weekend. Because his mind is divided between the present task and the future outcome, he works with immense friction and anxiety. He uses 3 times more energy than necessary to complete a simple task, and by the end of the day, he is completely drained and exhausted. When you work with 369 awareness, you bring your whole presence to the task at hand. If you are sweeping a room, you do not think about the next room. You become the sweeping. You feel the broom in your hand. You listen to the rhythmic sound of the straw against the floor. You watch the dust particles floating in the sunlight. You are so present, so relaxed, so aligned in your body, mind, and breath that sweeping the room becomes as sacred as praying in a temple or meditating under a Bodhi tree. And because there is no mental friction, no anxiety about the future, you do not lose energy. On the contrary, because you are constantly touching the energy-filled center at your navel with every breath, your work actually rejuvenates you. You finish your workday feeling as fresh, vibrant, and alive as when you started. Consider how much of your daily life is spent in sleepwalking. George Gurdjieff used to say that man is a machine that functions automatically. You drive your car, You brush your teeth, you eat your meals, you type your emails, and you walk down the street entirely on automatic pilot. Your body is performing the actions out of habit, while your mind is wandering miles away in fantasies, memories, or worries. Because you are absent from your own body, you miss the beauty of the present moment. Life passes you by like a grand parade that you never actually attended, even though you were standing in the street. When you bring 369 awareness into worldly activity, you wake up from this sleepwalking state. You become alive to the sensory richness of existence. When you drink a cup of tea, you do not gulp it down hurriedly while thinking about your bills. You hold the warm cup in your hands, feeling the heat against your palms. You smell the delicate aroma of the tea leaves. You take a slow, mindful sip, feeling the liquid warm your throat and stomach. You are completely present with the tea. In that moment, there is no past, no future, no problems, no desires, only you and the tea, existing together in absolute harmony. This is what the Zen masters mean when they say, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The outer actions remain the same. Before enlightenment, you chop wood while thinking about your problems, feeling tired, resentful, and eager to finish. After enlightenment, you chop wood with complete love, total presence, and a quiet heart. The wood is the same, the axe is the same, the body is the same, but the inner quality of your consciousness has transformed the ordinary task into a sacred event. Think of how much energy you waste every day by fighting your daily tasks. You complain about doing the laundry. You complain about cooking. You complain about sitting in traffic. You complain about answering emails. You view these tasks as enemies that stand between you and your happiness. You think, if only I didn't have to do these boring chores, I would be happy. But these chores are your life. Life is made up of millions of these small, ordinary moments. If you reject the ordinary moments, you are rejecting life itself. When you accept every moment with love, when you bring your awareness between your breaths while doing the dishes or sitting in a traffic jam, the friction disappears completely. You no longer wait for happiness to arrive in the future. You find happiness right here in the middle of the traffic jam, right here at the kitchen sink. Look at the freedom this gives you. You no longer depend on external conditions to feel peaceful. Whether you are sitting in a quiet meditation hall or standing in a crowded, noisy subway car, your inner sanctuary remains intact. The outer noise cannot penetrate your inner temple because you are anchored in the energy-filled center at your navel. You have discovered the supreme secret of living in the world without being of the world. Then, this is the revolutionary secret of Tantra. It does not ask you to change your outer character through moralistic rules. It changes your inner center, and your character changes automatically as a natural byproduct. Look at how priests, moralists, and traditional religions have tried to improve human behavior for thousands of years. They tell you, do not get angry, do not be greedy, do not feel lust, do not tell lies, be kind, be compassionate, be altruistic. And what has been the result of 5,000 years of this moralistic preaching? The world is as violent, as greedy, as hypocritical, as dishonest as it ever was. In fact, it is even worse, because now people have learned to hide their ugly motives under sophisticated, polite masks. Why has moralistic preaching failed so utterly? Because it tries to change the fruit without touching the root. It tells a tree that is producing bitter apples, stop producing bitter apples. Produce sweet oranges instead. The tree may try its best, it may feel guilty, it may promise to be good, but as long as its roots are drawing nourishment from bitter soil, it can only produce bitter apples. Your anger, your greed, your jealousy, your dishonesty, these are not individual sins. They are the bitter fruits of an unconscious off-center mind. When you are off-center, when you live entirely in your ego and intellect, you are in a state of inner poverty and fear. Out of that inner poverty, greed arises. You want to accumulate more and more to feel secure. Out of that inner fear, anger arises. Whenever someone threatens your ego or obstructs your desire, you flare up in defense. Out of that inner darkness, dishonesty arises. You must deceive others to protect your fragile image. Suppressing these emotions through willpower does not make you a saint. It merely turns you into a suppressed, neurotic hypocrite. You sweep your dirt under the carpet and pretend that your house is clean. But the dirt goes on rotting under the carpet, spreading toxic fumes throughout your entire psychological atmosphere. Tantra says, forget about trying to be moral. Forget about trying to force yourself to be good. Instead, bring awareness to your center. Practice keeping your attention between your two breaths while you walk, while you eat, while you work. When you become centered in your hara, when you touch the energy-filled void within yourself, your inner poverty disappears. You realize that you are already infinite, already whole, already divine. And the moment inner poverty disappears, greed dies a natural death. You no longer need to accumulate the world because you possess the source of all wealth within your own soul. When you are centered, your inner fear disappears. You no longer feel threatened by anyone because you know that your true self cannot be harmed, insulted, or destroyed by any external force. And the moment fear vanishes, anger dies a natural death. You no longer flare up in rage because there is no fragile ego left to defend. Compassion, love, gentleness, and honesty bloom spontaneously from your being, not as a forced moral discipline, but as the natural fragrance of an awakened soul. I am reminded of a famous story about a great Zen master who was a carpenter. Whenever he built a chair, a table, or a chest for the emperor, his creations possessed an almost magical magnetism and beauty. People who sat on his chairs felt a sudden sense of deep peace and relaxation, as if all their worries had evaporated. The emperor was amazed, and he called the master carpenter to his palace. He asked, "What is your secret? What magical spells do you cast upon the wood? What specialized tools do you use that make your furniture radiate such extraordinary peace?" The master carpenter smiled gently and replied, "Your Majesty, I have no secrets, no magical spells, and no special tools. I am a simple carpenter, but when you ask me to build a chair, I do not immediately take up my saw and axe and begin cutting trees. First, I go into the forest and I sit among the trees. I meditate, I shut my mouth, I calm my mind, and I bring my awareness between my breaths. I sit with the trees for 3 days, 4 days, until my own ego completely disappears, until my mind becomes as quiet and hollow as the forest itself. Only when my mind is completely empty do I look at the trees. And in that state of deep, quiet reverence, a particular tree reveals itself to me. It communicates silently, "I am ready to become your chair." My grain, my wood, my spirit are willing to serve this purpose. Then, and only then, do I fell that tree with great love and respect. I bring the wood to my workshop, and as I carve and shape it, I remain in that same state of effortless awareness. I do not force my ego's design upon the wood. I simply help the inner form that was already present within the tree to reveal itself to the world. Because the chair was born out of deep meditation, love, and harmony with nature, whoever sits upon it feels that same meditation, love, and harmony. Look at the profound wisdom of this simple carpenter. He was practicing the 369 code in its purest, most authentic form. He aligned his three centers, body, mind, and spirit, in the forest. He harmonized his 6 actions with the natural flow of the tree, and he rooted his 9 in the unmoving, quiet space of no mind before touching a single piece of wood. You can bring this exact same mastery to your life. Whether you are an artist, a teacher, a doctor, a parent, a driver, or a merchant. When you wake up in the morning, do not jump out of bed immediately like an automated machine responding to an alarm clock. Lie in bed for 5 quiet minutes. Watch your incoming breath and your outgoing breath. Feel the silent pause between the two. Remind yourself, today I am playing a role on the stage of life, but my true home is this silent center within. When you sit down to eat your breakfast, do not swallow your food while reading the newspaper or watching the news on television. Look at your food with love and gratitude. Remember that this food is a gift from the earth, the sun, the rain, and the cosmic energy. Take a breath, touch the center at your navel, and eat every bite with total presence and joy. When you walk down the street to your office or your car, do not just walk with your mind running ahead into the day's problems. Feel your feet touching the earth. Feel the air against your skin. Be attentive between your breaths as you step. Let your walking become a moving meditation. When you sit at your desk or face a difficult situation at work, whenever you feel tension, anger, or frustration beginning to build up in your body, stop for 10 seconds. Shut your mouth firmly. Bring your attention to the space between your eyebrows. Take a deep breath down to your navel and observe the pause. In those 10 seconds, the momentum of your emotional reaction will be broken. You will step out of the feverish gear of the intellect and return to the neutral gear of your being. From that centered space, your response will be intelligent, graceful, and effective. And when you return home in the evening, as you lie down on your bed to sleep, let go of the entire day. Drop the role of the worker, the manager, the earner, the provider. Surrender your body into the mattress. Feel the intangible breath flowing through your third eye down into your heart, and let sleep overtake you while you rest in the universal pause. In this way, your entire 24-hour day becomes an unbroken chain of meditation. There is no longer any separation between your spiritual life and your worldly life. Your work becomes your worship. Your daily chores become your prayers. Your relationships become your sanctuary. And your very existence becomes a radiant, continuous manifestation of cosmic harmony. You become a living testament to the truth that the sacred and the mundane are not two, but one single, beautiful, multidimensional reality. In our final part, we will explore the ultimate secret, the supreme shift from the endless cycle of becoming to the eternal sanctuary of being, where all manifestation finds its ultimate fulfillment and peace. And when your daily life becomes an unbroken chain of meditation, when there is no longer any boundary between the sacred and the mundane, you arrive at the ultimate secret of existence. The monumental shift from the endless cycle of becoming to the eternal sanctuary of being. All human misery, all spiritual frustration, all anxiety, and all failed manifestation attempts stem from one single fundamental disease of the mind. That disease is the obsession with becoming. Look at how the human mind operates. The mind is always in a state of discontent with what is. You are at point A, and you are constantly obsessing over how to reach point B. You are poor and you want to become rich. You are ordinary and you want to become famous. You are ignorant and you want to become enlightened. You are ugly and you want to become beautiful. Whatsoever you are right now, you reject it, you condemn it, and you project an ideal into the future. You say to yourself, when I achieve B, when I get that money, when I get that relationship, when I get that recognition, then I will finally be happy. Then I will finally relax. Then my life will have meaning. This continuous movement from A to B, this endless projection into the future, is what I call becoming. And becoming is the very definition of tension, anguish, and hell. Tension is nothing but the psychological distance between who you are right now and who you want to be in the future. If the distance is small, the tension is small. If the distance is immense, the tension is unbearable. And if you completely lose touch with who you are right now and live entirely in your imagined future, you go mad. A madman is simply a person who has completely forgotten his reality in the present and lives entirely in his world of desired, becoming. He thinks he is Napoleon, or he thinks he is the king of the world, or he thinks he is being persecuted by invisible enemies. He is no longer present in the here and now. He has moved entirely into the horizon of his mind. The enlightened person is the exact opposite of the madman. The enlightened person has completely dropped the disease of becoming. He has arrived at pure being. A Buddha or a Krishna does not want to become anything else. He is at total ease with his suchness, his tathata. Whatsoever he is in this moment, whether rich or poor, whether healthy or ill, whether praised or blamed, he accepts it unconditionally. He has no future to achieve, no ideal to fulfill, no perfection to chase. For him, this very moment is eternity. This very place is paradise. He eats when he is hungry, he sleeps when he is tired, he speaks when the moment demands it, he remains silent when silence prevails. He lives in pure, unconditioned being. Between the madman who lives entirely in becoming and the Buddha who lives entirely in being stands ordinary humanity. You live in a constant liquid state between the two. Sometimes, when you are deeply in love, or when you are listening to beautiful music, or when you are sitting quietly in nature, the mind momentarily stops its projection into the future. For a single fleeting second, you drop becoming and you touch being. In that second, an extraordinary bliss washes over you. You feel filled with light, at home in the universe, deeply serene. But because you do not know how to remain in being, the mind immediately steps back in. The mind says, "That was such a wonderful experience. How can I repeat it tomorrow? How can I capture it, hold on to it, make it permanent?" And the moment you ask how to repeat it tomorrow, you have fallen right back into the trap of becoming. You have turned a spontaneous moment of being into a new future goal to be chased by the mind. This is why people fail so miserably when they try to use manifestational rituals like the 369 code. They turn the 369 code into a vehicle for becoming. They approach it with a mind that says, "I am miserable today, but if I write this code 3 times in the morning, 6 times in the afternoon, and 9 times at night, I will become happy tomorrow. I will become rich next month. I will become successful next year." I tell you, as long as your manifestation practice is driven by the desire to become, it will yield nothing but frustration and disappointment. Because the universe does not respond to the future projections of a needy ego, The universe responds only to the present frequency of your inner being. When you reside in being, you realize a truth so grand, so breathtaking, that it shatters all your old spiritual illusions. Life in itself has no ready-made, pre-packaged meaning hidden somewhere waiting for you to discover it. Millions of people spend their entire lives living in deep, dark, meaningless misery because they are waiting passively for meaning to be revealed to them. They think meaning is like a rock lying behind a bush or a treasure buried in the earth. And if they search long enough, if they read enough scriptures, if they consult enough gurus, they will pull back the curtain and find the meaning of life. Meaning is not a rock lying behind a bush. Meaning is not a ready-made formula. Meaning is an opportunity to create. Meaning is a dance that you must dance. Meaning is a song that you must sing. Meaning is a painting that you must paint. Meaning is a love affair that you must live. You will find meaning in existence only to the exact extent that you create it through your own conscious participation. Look at the fundamental difference between scientific discovery and spiritual creation. Albert Einstein discovered the theory of relativity. Once Einstein discovered it, it was complete. You do not need to discover the theory of relativity again. You can simply go to a university, study his papers for a few hours, and understand it. You do not need to become an Albert Einstein to understand his discovery. But Buddha discovered something. Zarathustra discovered something. Jesus discovered something. And their discovery is not like Albert Einstein's. You cannot go to a library, read a book about Buddha, and possess his truth. You cannot memorize the words of Jesus and know his kingdom of God. To know what Buddha knew, you have to become a Buddha. Less than that will not do. You have to pass through the same inner birth, the same pregnancy of the soul, the same creative labor, the same awakening of consciousness. Each individual human being has to give birth to God within his own soul. Each individual has to carry the divine seed in his own womb, feed it with his own life force, nourish it with his own love, and pass through the labor pains of spiritual rebirth. Nobody else can do it for you. No savior, no prophet, no scripture, no code can do it on your behalf. And this is the supreme dignity of human existence. God did not create you as a finished mechanical robot. God created you as an open-ended opening, a boundless potentiality, a co-creator, Existence gives you the raw canvas, the colors, the brushes, the freedom, and then existence stands back and says, "Now paint your own soul, compose your own music, dance your own dance." Up until now, religion has been very passive, very important, very life negating. It taught you that a religious man is one who sits in a dark cave, starves his body, lies on a bed of nails, suppresses his natural desires, and looks sad, pale, and miserable. And the crowd bows down to such a man and says, "Look, what a great saint, what a great ascetic." I tell you that man is not a saint, he is merely a masochist who enjoys torturing himself. What is his contribution to existence? What beauty has he added to the earth? Has he planted a single flower? Has he sung a single song? Has he brought a smile to a crying child's face? Has he made the world a little more sweet, a little more fragrant, a little more luminous? No. He has merely wasted his life in a slow, pathetic suicide. From now on, let our definition of religiousness change completely. Praise a man because he is a great gardener who has cultivated breathtaking roses. Praise a man because he plays the flute with such soul-stirring beauty that whoever listens forgets his sorrows. Praise a woman because she cooks with such love and presence that her food becomes a sacrament. Praise a person because he is a great lover, a great painter, a great dancer, a great builder, a great protector of nature. Let creativity be the sole measure of your spirituality. When you become creative, you participate in the work of God. When you bring beauty, harmony, joy, and order into the world, you are directly channeling the divine energy. And to be creative, you do not need to do extraordinary things in the eyes of the world. Life consists of small, ordinary things. It is your ego that demands that you must do something grand, something famous, something that gets your picture on the front page of the newspapers. Drop that egoistic demand. To live an ordinary life in an extraordinary way, that is what I call the ultimate holiness, the true nirvanic consciousness. Look at a Zen master chopping wood or carrying water from a well. To an outsider, he looks like any ordinary laborer. But watch the way he holds the axe. Watch the way he moves his body. Watch the quiet dignity, the absolute grace, the radiant presence in his eyes as he carries the buckets of water. He is not thinking about anything else. He is totally present in the chopping of the wood, totally present in the carrying of the water. For him, Chopping wood is as sacred as sitting in deep meditation. Carrying water is as holy as bowing before an altar. He has transformed the ordinary into the sacred through the sheer magic of His presence. When you understand this, the entire meaning of Nikola Tesla's 369 code comes to its ultimate glorious synthesis. The number 3 is your total present moment alignment, body, mind, and spirit, unified right here and now, dropping all future projections of becoming. The number 6 is your creative, effortless action working in complete harmony with nature, doing whatever you do with total love, delight, and presence, without any demanding attachment to outcome. The number 9 is your ultimate abidance in pure, being centered in the unmoving witness, rooted in the sacred void of no mind, realizing that you are already one with the infinite overflowing cosmos. When 3, 6, and 9 come together within your living experience, 369 ceases to be a manifestation trick. It becomes a cosmic mirror, reminding you of your own divine nature. You no longer use 369 to chase after things in the world, because you realize that you are the source of all things. You do not write numbers on paper to convince a distant God to grant you a favor. You realize that the entire universe is an extension of your own awakening consciousness. You stop chasing shadows on the wall, and you step into the light that projects the entire cosmic drama. In this state of pure being, manifestation happens as naturally as fragrance emanates from a blooming rose. You do not strive for abundance. Abundance is your very nature. You do not beg for love. Love is the very climate of your soul. You do not search for peace. Peace is the unshakable foundation of your inner home. You live as a Zorba the Buddha, enjoying every gift of the earth with full passion, joy, and gratitude, while remaining completely rooted in the silent, timeless eternity of the sky. If you feel this profound truth echoing in the deepest chambers of your heart, take a quiet moment to sit with it. Share your feelings, your reflections, and your inner realization in the comments below. When you share your awakening with others, you create a ripple of light that touches countless searching souls across the world. If your heart feels aligned with this sanctuary of truth, if you wish to walk this path of awakening with us day by day, subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell so you never miss these sacred gatherings. For those beautiful, dedicated seekers who feel called to support our work, to help us preserve and share these timeless discourses with humanity, you can click the join button to become an official channel member or offer your direct support through a super thanks contribution. Your love and generosity are the nourishment that allows this living stream of wisdom to flow far and wide. And if you wish to dive even deeper into the practical secrets of mastering your subtle energy and awakening your highest potential, you can access our comprehensive ebook, The Hidden Energy Protocol. Reclaim your God mode, which is available directly through the link in the video description below. This ebook is a dedicated guide designed to take you step by step through the ancient pranic sciences, third eye centering, and the ultimate mastery of consciousness. My beloved friends, my fellow travelers in this vast, mysterious cosmos, do not waste a single moment more in the feverish, exhausting illusion of becoming. Drop the burden of the past. Drop the anxiety of the future. Step out of the small, cramped cage of your ego and come out into the vast, radiant sunshine of your own true being. You are already that which you are searching for. You are already the light. You are already the love. You are already the bliss. You are already the divine. Rest at ease in your suchness. Become the hollow bamboo. Let your breath be your prayer. Let your work be your worship. Let your life be a continuous, joyful celebration. I leave you in this quiet, luminous space of no mind. May you all awaken to the supreme majesty of your own eternal being. Thank you, my beloveds. I bow with infinite love, reverence, and gratitude to the supreme, divine light that abides eternally within every single one of you.